Equatoria, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Equatoria, God bless you. Today we are again on it. Today we're going to be getting on with the celebrating the anniversary of EPA, Equatorial People's Alliance establishment, when it was founded on the 20th of August 2020. The day before yesterday, we marked the event by having a session here in Clubhouse to basically share our thoughts, reflect and take stock of where we've come from, where we are today, and where we are headed. So we're continuing the same theme here today, but we're going to be changing the scene slightly and talk about forging a nation of its failed state. This is what is happening in South Sudan, that we are forging a nation as a failed state. So we want to reflect on this theme, we want to talk about it and share thoughts about this, challenge of forging a nation as a failed state. So bear with us while colleagues are gathering, and soon we'll be getting started. So just give us a moment or two, we'll be ready to go. Welcome, Zandawia. Welcome, Margaret, and also welcome, Amina. Today, we're carrying on with celebrating the anniversary, the 4th anniversary of EPA on the 29th of August 2020. That EPA was founded, and we are 4 years old. We've come a long way. So, and we just want to have it that way. We want to have it that way. So we are celebrating and marking this event. This is the second or third in the series after the State of the Union address last week, the 29th itself. So you bear with us. We're going to be starting shortly. So just give us a moment or two. Equatoria, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. And we are celebrating anniversary of the EPA, Equatorial People's Alliance. Join us. We'll be here. Right, okay. Oh gosh. I think I undid it by mistake, so we're gonna have to start all over again. Hello, Margaret. I'm just starting it all over again. Welcome once more. Welcome once more. I think I had wanted to end the music, the background music, and then it just lock, close the room down. So that's the learning. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah. To so many people with the other room, but never mind. Oh gosh, oh gosh, yeah. Dominic Otuare, I believe this is Dominic. Welcome, Dominic. A long time. I'll invite you to join us here for Manassa in the podium. So please join us. And Kenyi, welcome, Kenyi. I think you are the first people to join us in the room. So I'm gonna invite you up here. If you don't have anything to say, never mind. But at least I'm gonna be joining. I'm gonna be adding you to come up here. So I've sent you invite. So please don't hesitate to join and be with us here on the podium, so that you can give your perspectives as well. So welcome. And this is Nimir. You're welcome, Nimir. You're invited to come to become one of our speakers here. So that's how we want to have it. Just have a dialogue with everyone who is here. So welcome, and join us. So I guess Alma or Margaret, I think you should have access to playing music in the background. And so I guess, might be a good idea that you join, you run or play some music in the background here. And actually these pieces of music is actually available on Clubhouse. But I'm not sure, it might cause a lot of confusion later if you're trying to end it and then you end up, ending the room itself. But hopefully we've learned the lesson. Thank you, Dr. Kim. Greetings to everybody up there and the listeners, Akolia, Zandawiya. I hope you're all well. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. So we're just gonna start shortly. We just wanted to work out a way of being able to play music in the background when we want it, and then sort of, stop the music when we want it. So let me try just see if I can do that. If not, I'll probably just, yeah, so this one is 30 seconds, energetic. Let me trying to play the energetic one. Let's see. Welcome everybody. Welcome. We are going to be starting now. Equatoria 2, welcome. I'll invite you to come up here. I saw you raising your hands, so I've sent you the invite. So welcome to this room. Equatoria, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you might be. You're most welcome to join us here. And also, fellow South Sudanese, you are welcome to join us here in this room here today. We've got quite an agenda here today, forging a nation as a failed state in South Sudan. I hope this makes sense. But basically, what we're saying here is that we are putting our hands together to make South Sudan a failed state. And that's what has been going on. That is what has been, happening in our country since we became independent in 2011. Since that time until now, we have continued to put our hands together to make South Sudan a failed state. And that is the reality. Many of you know what's going on in the country. There is impunity and corruption that is going on in the country. Our people are without salaries. The civil servants in all the institutions of the government are not being paid. And you wonder where the money has gone. You wonder why people are not being paid salaries. For the last year, over 9 months to 12 months now, and many people in the civil service are not getting salaries. Even soldiers are not getting salaries. So where is the fat rat that is eating all the money, including oil money? So isn't this really typical of us putting our hands together to make South Sudan a failed state? Isn't it that we are forging a nation as a failed state? And I think this is something that we need to ponder, we need to contemplate and think about, take lessons from our experience over the last decade, more than a decade, more than 13 years now, from 2011 to 2024. More than a decade has passed. And South Sudanese who are working in the civil service, in the various institutions of the government, are not being paid for more than a year now. And you wonder where the money has gone. So those are some of the issues that we want to revisit. And so it is quite an agenda for tonight. But we're doing this on the 4th anniversary of the Equatorial People's Alliance. We'll give you a little bit of background as well, where Equatorial People's Alliance originates from. So that's another story, but it's all part of, reaction to this forging a nation as a failed state. That we cannot continue to live in a failed state. We cannot continue to put the future of our children at stake. And this is what we have been doing all along. But we want to come to a point and crossroads and say, this is enough. We cannot continue to put the lives of our people at stake, the lives of our children, the lives of, the human societies that live in Equatoria, in Greater Pibor. We don't want to put their lives at stake. The forging of a nation as a failed state has put the lives of our people in Equatoria and in Greater Pibor administrative area at stake. And it has also put the lives of our people elsewhere in Apanal and in Bahr al Ghazal at stake. And so, as you can see, our title for this room here today is Forging the Nation as a Failed State. And it is true to this theme, we have forged a nation for the last 10 years and more to become a failed state and presided over by a failed, incompetent leader who is a thief, who is a criminal, and he deserves to be forced out of office. This country is heading towards disintegration. This country is heading towards a split, and we should be ready for that. We need to break apart in order to put the pieces back together. If we break this country apart into pieces, then people will probably come to recognize and realize that we have lost something. We need to do the right thing. We need to convince all of these different pieces to come together, right? So if we are not able to do that, then we're just going to disintegrate into pieces that cannot be put together, right? It's like when you break a glass. If you break a glass, it's very hard to put it back together, right? You can't, put a broken glass back together, right? If you spill milk, you can't put the milk back to its former, glory and liquid status, because it will just simply dissolve into the ground and you are not going to be able to bring it back, right? So this is where we're headed now. South Sudan is headed towards disintegration because we have spent a lot of time and we have invested in making the country become a failed state. And there are many things that you can recount, your own personal stories, the stories of your relatives in South Sudan, how whether they, do they lead happy lives? We have heard, and I've spoken to many young Equatorians who are entrepreneurs who had wanted to take the opportunities of our country become an independent state, to begin businesses, to be able to create businesses and jobs for others, for themselves and for others. And yet today they are suffering. They are unable to do so because the system that has been put in place has become a very destructive force against entrepreneurship, because the corruption has festered on. Our country is infested with corruption to the extent that it has become very suffocating. It's not letting our young people exercise their energies, their freedoms, their liberties to be able to create businesses and jobs. And I will give you one story. A lady called me from Juba, and she told me about her struggles, that she had wanted to start a travel agency, which will, for example, act to provide services to businesses that want or employers that want to like book, flights for their business, whether they're going to any part of South Sudan or whether, they want to travel to Kenya or to East Africa generally or to the Arab world. They always, somebody like if there is a business that is operating, they don't have to run up and down. Sometimes they can, engage the services of a travel agent to do the work for them. That way we share the wealth, we share the profits, we share together in the economy of our country. And this lady was facing a lot of troubles. Even until now, she cannot even make ends meet. And she was like, look, I go to this business, I go to government departments, I tell them about my story. I'm a South Sudanese woman who wanted to have a business that can help, facilitate, travel arrangements to any part of South Sudan or abroad. And I just want this business to succeed because I will employ myself and I will employ others. But, some of the, different, businesses that operate in Juba, or even some of the, for example, government bodies and so on, can for example offer her, so for example engage her as a travel agent to do the bookings for them, to facilitate arrangements for them, and so that this kind of shared economy model will make it profitable for both. It will generate benefit, to become beneficial to her, to support her, employ herself and employ others, but also by doing so, you're actually helping inject something into the economy of South Sudan, encouraging young entrepreneurs, young ladies to be able to create businesses, employ themselves and employ others. But they are not able to do this. And they say, you don't get, support from the government, you don't get support from the businesses, and that unless you have, an uncle or you have somebody who is a general in the army who can, write for your recommendation. I, General AABC, I recommend this lady for you to give her services, to employ her, that kind of thing. See? So, because these people have considered themselves to be the liberators in the country, and they have assumed all the wealth, they control everything. And so, if you don't know a general, if you are not associated with a liberator, then you don't have a future. So this country has been made one for liberators, the so-called liberators, the so-called SPLM leaders, and they're stealing, and they are not paying salaries to the civilians and employees in the civil service. So that is the kind of South Sudan that we live in today. And we have done this deliberately to create a failed state. We wanted to forge a failed nation. We wanted to forge a failed state, right? That is what the SPLM set out to do. They wanted to have South Sudan as a failed state. And we are now in a failed state. So how do we get out of this, right? This is the question we should all ask ourselves. Now, what about the human society that lives in Equatoria? The human society that lives in Greater Pibor administrative area, right? Don't they have rights? Don't they have, inalienable rights? Are they not sovereign people? Even before South Sudan became independent, right? Even before Sudan came into existence, these different social groups that live in Equatoria, in Greater Pibor, they lived as sovereign people. They lived as sovereign people in Equatoria, in Upper Nile and Bahr al Ghazal. Even the Jeng, the Nuer, they lived as sovereign people, right? These different human societies that live in what we now know as South Sudan, these people lived as sovereign people, as sovereign social groups. And now they have given their freedoms away, their liberty. They have given their liberty away. They have given it and entrusted it to a so-called government of the SPLM. No. It's not only the government of the SPLM. It's the government of SPLM IG, and it's the government of the SPLM IO. Of course, we forgot about the SOA, and it's also the government of the SOA. What's the other thing? The other is a government of opposition parties, right? It's a government of the opposition parties. So it's a government of power sharing between these elites. It's not a government of the human society that lives in Equatoria. It's not a government of the human society that lives in Greater Pibor administrative area. It's not even a government of the people who live in Upper Nile. Totally, as a whole, right? The human society that lives in Bahr al Ghazal is not a government of theirs, right? So we had the different pieces of this big puzzle called South Sudan, right? We had the different pieces, the small pieces, the big pieces, and we're being put together in the hope of having a government of the human society that lives in the country called South Sudan, right? Because we're a human society, and a human society needs to have a government of the human society. That's what we want to talk about here. Is there a government of the human society in South Sudan? Or is that a government of privileged people, elites who steal and they are not held accountable? So does that make sense? Does it make a sense that it's a government of the people of South Sudan? Or it's a government of the people of Equatoria? Or it's a government of the people of Upper Nile? Or it's a government of the people of Bahr al Ghazal? Right? Does it make sense? But we believe that there is such a thing called a government of the human society, or forms of government of human societies, right? We haven't seen one. We've seen a fledgling so-called government of corruption. We've seen a government, so-called government of impunity, right? Government of the unknown gunmen. These are the terms that we've come to learn, to know about our country, right? It's a failed state. So we have deliberately gone out to create a failed state, right? Do you agree? If you challenge that, please come and tell us today that no, the government that we have is a government of the human society, elected and mandated by the human society that lives in Equatoria, that lives in Greater Pibor administrative area. It's a government of the human society mandated by the human society that lives in Upper Nile. It's a government of the human society that lives in Western Bahr al Ghazal, right? Or, you have a take, you have your say on these matters, right? So that is what we want to talk about. And EPA, Equatorial People's Alliance, is here today to try to take our minds back. Let's retract a little bit. Let's go backwards, see where we came from, right? Why did we start this journey? Why did we want to extricate ourselves from Sudan and become a state of our own? And then now, did we have a government? Did we elect that government? Did we have a mandate for that government that is ruling over us, that is not paying our salaries? Right? What's the story here? What's the issue? So, and I think these are key fundamental issues that we want to revisit here today on the 4th anniversary of Equatorial People's Alliance. We're here. We want to hear what's your story. We want to talk about such a thing as the human society that lives in Equatoria. As an example, as a model. Plus, the human society that lives in Greater Pibor. The other day, Alan was talking about 1 + 1 = 2, whether it's at night, whether it's during the daytime, whether it's tomorrow. When you add 1 + 1, it's going to be equal to 2. It's not going to change, right? So now we want to talk about this human society. If you put Equatoria and Greater Pibor together, 1 + 1 = 2, right? It's going to be 2 tomorrow. It's going to be 2 in the future, and so on. So if you add them voluntarily, like you're adding 1 + 1 = 2, you can do that. We're going to talk about that model. We want to add Equatoria plus Greater Pibor administrative area. See what the results will be like, right? We just want to see, we do some kind of modeling. This is like, you're just like playing a game, right? Let's play a game so that it becomes easier and simpler to understand what the issues are, right? So we're going to be doing this small maths here, arithmetic it's called. We're going to say Greater Pibor plus Equatoria = 2. What about if we add Western Bahr al Ghazal to that equation? It will increase by 1 because 1 + 1 + 1 = 3, right? But then if we already calculated that 1 + 1 = 2, Greater Pibor plus Equatoria = 2, then we're already 2, right? So we need to do now 2 + 1. 2 + 1 is equal to 3. So who is this other one, right? So we could possibly put in that box, we could put Western Bahr al Ghazal and make it 2 + 1 = 3. So that is our game here tonight. This is the game that we're going to play, and I hope you'll all be ready to play this game, okay? So welcome once more to everybody here in this room here today. And so I hope you'll enjoy this game. But first, let's bring Alma on board to tell us, something about this story or this game of 1 + 1 = 2. So Alma, you're welcome. Please feel free to, welcome the room, greet the people here, and have your say. So welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Hakim, Margaret, Dr. Margaret Nimir, Equatoria, and all the people who are present in the room. This is part of, today's room is actually part of our celebration of the 4th anniversary of EPA and our achievement, including our goals and our aspirations. So, speaking about the game of 1 + 1 = 2, that's a very simple arithmetic, which is taught to maybe 2-year-olds, even maybe a very intelligent 1-year-old. So it can be more complex, but let us leave it at that, because this is how it's easy to explain things. I brought this example just so that to show people that actually when you sort of like do the same thing repeatedly and think that you are going to get a different result. For example, I will give you also a very simple example. Now, if there is a hole, put your foot in it, you get bitten by maybe a snake or, any sort of creepy, crawly. Could be a snake, could be anything else. So if you are bitten by putting your foot in that hole, the next day or even after a year, when you pass by, will you put your foot, because you will remember you have been bitten? Will you say, oh, maybe this time there will be a very friendly creature inside there and I will not get bitten, or I will not get hurt? No, you will always be alerted because you have already had that experience. So what's happening in South Sudan is that people all the time seem to be doing the same thing. They don't want to learn. One of our problems is maybe competition. There is no sort of like opportunity for people to compete in any form. For example, now look at the SPLM party. Nobody can compete with them simply because the government would just kill anybody who wants to compete, or will imprison them, will silence them, will threaten them. So there is no competition. And members of the SPLM are just sleeping. They are sleeping because they know the result. So they do whatever, that means that their mind is even sleeping as well. You get them talking about things which mature people shouldn't be talking about, simply because they know nobody's competing with them. If you look at, look at the USA, you have got the Democrats, the Republicans, and other parties. Or here in the UK, you get the Conservatives, you get the Labour. When they are, talking to each other or talking to the general public during elections time, they want to hold everything that's good in their party. And what they do also, they bring their best people, their best cadres, to be able to keep them in office. Because if you are sloppy, if you are thick, if you are a thief, you cannot survive, because there is competition from other people, and it's a genuine competition. And it will make me go back to 1 + 1 = 2. So in the polls, they will count the votes. There is no, غش ولا كذب ولا شيء. It's all done electronically, and the results are there for everybody to see. Even the corrupt people cannot do anything, because the system, we have got a strong system that oversees everything. But look at South Sudan. It's the SPLM who's doing everything. They will play with the numbers, they will kill their opponents, they will do A, B, and C. So they are just people who are there. They know that tomorrow they are going to win the elections by hooks or crooks, even if they are very unpopular. They don't care. So that's why, for example, now, if they bring somebody and give them, the mandate to do anything in office, say, giving them the job of building schools. They will destroy all the money. They will eat all the money. And then, you know, the Salva Kiir will expect that he will bring somebody else who is also exactly like the one who was being kicked out. And he will think that there will be a different result. And we have seen with the ministers of finance, they kick one, they bring one from the same batch. Because, you know, talking about batch, you know, when people are, or when things are being produced, they are produced in batches. So each batch would have a certain number. You know, there is like sub-serial numbers from them. And the serial numbers is to show that these things, you know, say boxes, are from the same batch. So if one of these boxes fails or one of these items fails, that means that the whole batch should be destroyed because it will be the same. You cannot say, oh, well, you know, this item here is broken, therefore the other item from the same batch will be different. It will not, because they are exactly identical. And this is the example I wanted to give. So I hope I have clarified some of the things. Dr. Hakim, are you running music or because you're on, your mic is on? Maybe he can mute himself.
Actually, I'm actually muted. I'm muted, but there's that background music playing, and then I don't know how to put it off. I'm still learning.
Okay.
So what I've done is instead I've reduced the volume to minimum. But your voice is very clear. Your voice is very clear. So let's just you know run it like that for now until we find a solution.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. So now looking at the forging a nation as a failed state in South Sudan. Now South Sudan, everybody is saying is a failed state. And what do we mean by failed state? A failed state is a state or a country, because nowadays there is you would agree with me that all the states are now interlinked more than before. We have got the internet, we have got people traveling more, we have got people doing business together, and the internet has enabled countries to be linked that way, and even people sharing security secrets together to protect themselves, etc., etc. You know, compared to a long time ago, 50 years ago, say. So a failed state is usually described as a state that has got weak institutions, as a state that is not able to give basic services to its people because its institutions are weak. So if you look at South Sudan, we don't have any established institutions as such, because the first thing the SPLM party did as soon as they got in, instead of putting things right, creating systems and making things more solid for people, they started just looting. They started stealing money, state resources. They started destroying the little things, infrastructure that we had, and basically to enable them to loot. So South Sudan is not even a failed state. It's a country. It's a country. I would say it's an independent territory. That's not even a state. It's just an area whereby people have found themselves hijacked, you know, and getting killed right, left, and center. We have no systems whatsoever. Just look at the health, for example. There is nothing there. Look at the infrastructure. They build a road today, tomorrow it's washed away. and they will say that they have spent millions of US dollars on those roads. This is just a small example. Look at security. There is no security whatsoever. You can go and get killed, and nobody will even bat an eyelid. Just look at the way Callisto has been taken from his house by the so-called security personnel who are part of the government. So these are mafia-like gangs, actually, who are just looting because they found themselves, they are in power, they are looting, they are killing, they are taking, they are selling. And as we speak, they are selling part of Equatoria to Uganda as we are speaking. Part, Kajokeji area there, central Equatoria, has been handed on a silver plate to Uganda. Now Uganda is invading South Sudan. And I'm sure it's a payment, a down payment, so that the Ugandan soldiers or the Ugandan army will come and protect Salva Kiir and his henchmen and his family. Because if the dollar, $100 is worth more than 500,000 South Sudanese pounds, what do you think? So that's why they are selling now part of South Sudan. They are actually giving people the mandate to come and just, take away our land. And what better land to give other than Equatoria? Because Equatoria is their target. So this is a failed state with a ban, because there is nothing that we, when we say A, B, C, D, E, F, A is the best mark, 100% up to 80%, and so on and so forth. So F, when you fail, you have failed. There is nothing called, when you give somebody a number, 0, yes, you can give -5, -10, and so on. Yeah. But let us just take it as at a level of 0. So what is beyond 0? There is nothing else. So this is exactly why we have a failed state on our hands. And how are we going to go forward? We have already failed, and they have taken us as hostage. We, the South Sudanese, we are hostages in the hands of this government. And there is nothing else, because what is going on is that this government is being supported or encouraged by the West, because it will help them to get access to our resources. It's not rocket science, and everybody knows it. So our we can speak, we can go on and on and on about this. But what's important is that what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? Because in this failed state, Equatoria is targeted. And if any Equatorian has got any doubt in his or her mind, let them just look at the way Equatoria is now being sold to Uganda and Kenya. Not only being sold, but the army of these two countries are going to get in and are going to help Salva Kiir to entrench himself. Because this is the idea. Now the SPLM, there is nothing called the South Sudanese, force. There is no force there. They are just a group of militia, and now because they have lost, all the resources to keep them going, they are now enlisting the help of the neighboring countries, so that those neighboring countries will come in and will help them to keep down the Equatorians, basically. And this is what's happening right now as we speak. So the Equatorians, my question to you, what are you going to do? I'm not going to tell you what to do. You know what you are supposed to do. Anybody who's being attacked, as we said the day before yesterday, when you are attacked, even a child, when a child is attacked, they will try and defend themselves. So if you don't want to defend yourself and you think that, oh, we are in the diaspora, we are happy, we are, say, I am in the UK, I am very happy here, my family is safe, I don't care about the rest. Well, the UK is changing, and so is the world. One day, you might be kicked out of the UK, you might be kicked out of Australia, you might be kicked out of the United States, because the main thing you have got to put in your mind is that black is not white. You as black people, you are being targeted in the whole world. If you don't know it, you just have got to put on your internet and you see the amount of hatred being leveled at black people. Where are you going to go? And then the other thing is that, going back to that batch that I was talking about, when something is fabricated or something is made in a factory and it comes out of a certain batch, you cannot change it. We come out of South Sudan. Even if we come here in the diaspora and we get mixed up, we get married with, I don't know, English men or women, and so on, your children are still South Sudanese and their home is South Sudan. So wherever you are, you have got to fight for Equatoria. You have got to fight for Equatoria. And I cannot stress it more than I have stressed it. So this is the thing. You are in a failed state. While you are in a failed state, you have got to protect your own. As my brother James has said it properly in Arabic, said, people, الناس مفروض الراجل هنا including even المرأة. الراجل والمرأة لازم يحموا عرضهم. العرض ده شنو؟ النسوان، العيال، والأرض اللي أنت قاعد فوقه. So without land, your land is your identity. الأرض ده هو يعني بيحدد بالضبط أنت منو. Who you are. You cannot say, oh, I can live here, oh, I can live in London very comfortably. You cannot live comfortably in London while your place, Kajokeji, is being taken by the Ugandans. You have got to do something about it. You have got to put your head with somebody else's head from the same place and try and defend your land. Let us leave cowardice and let us leave all these pessimistic sort of like, ideas and attitudes, and let us defend Equatoria, because Equatoria is the target. And because the Gen Council of Elders, their target is Equatoria, therefore their friends from Uganda and Kenya are also targeting Equatorians. And you can see it clearly. In Eastern Equatoria, the Kenyans are coming in, infringing, killing people at the borders, taking land. And so, the Ugandans are doing. We've never had quarrels with the Ugandans. We share the same identity with them. There are the Acholis, there are the Madis, there are the Kakwas from Central Equatoria there. These are people who are in the same countries. Why are they turning against us? They're turning against us because they're being paid. They're mercenaries. A mercenary doesn't care whether you are his brother or sister or mother or whatever. These are people who just kill for money. Full stop. But these are people who have got no love for South Sudan. You are the one who have got love and ties with South Sudan. Therefore, you can win this war, even if you had only a sling and a stone. Because this is the land you are defending, the land of your forefathers, the land of your daughters, your mothers, your aunties, your communities. So this is really very important. And I will leave you to do the homework. So I thank you very much, Dr. Hakim, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Zandawiya. We have Margaret Akulia with us here, and we also have Nimir, we have Equatoria. Margaret, I will give you the podium to chip in. So welcome, Akulia.
Thank you, everyone. I want to start off by greeting my panelists, fellow panelists, and the audience here now, and the ones that are going to listen in later on YouTube, and the different media outlets, social media. I want to thank you all for coming and for persisting, for cheering, like being cheerleaders of EPA. Whether you've been vocal or quietly cheering, we really appreciate all of that, and recognize that we have a lot of cheerleaders, even in that territory called South Sudan. You notice that, I've been consistent in referring to the so-called South Sudan as a territory now. And the topic actually speaks to that, and I will come to that later on. But we're fully aware that we do have cheerleaders and supporters, even in that territory, that failed state, but they are not able to vocalize their support or to speak their minds. So I want to thank you all. And so with regards to the topic, so forging a nation as a failed state in South Sudan, you can look at it as two sides of the same coin. The one side is what my colleagues Hakim and Zandawiya have sort of alluded to, that a state is being forged forward deliberately as a failed state. It's by design, and it's really intentional, because a functioning state has rules that have to be followed by everyone, and there are consequences to breaking those rules. But if you are deliberately forging a nation to be a failed state so that you have an excuse, you have the impunity to do as you please, because there's no laws. You break all the laws. The people that are supposed to guard the laws and make them break them are the first people to break them, and they simply do not want any laws, because when you have rules and laws, you are accountable to these. So that's the one side of the coin of a failed state that's done deliberately. And the other side, the other side of the coin, for me, is the need to break away, from forging this failed state. They need to interrupt it. They need to forge a functioning state. And like I said, a functioning state does have rules, a lot of rules and obligations, and you are required, all the inhabitants are required to conduct themselves in an orderly manner. And if they don't, there's consequences to that. Many of us live in very functional states. Of course, there's dysfunction here and there, but there's a lot of solid structures and rules that everybody's expected and obliged to live by, so that there's orderly conduct instead of the chaos that now emanates in that territory called South Sudan. And the most important rule is security, which is missing, completely missing in that so-called South Sudan state, failed state. So in a functioning state, there's security. Everybody expects the state to look after its citizens. There's going to be, a few people that would stray from that obligation to become criminals. But there's rules. There's rules dealing with criminals, and they're held accountable. They don't operate openly because they know there's consequences. But right now, in that failed state called South Sudan, people are openly criminal, very openly. It actually is celebrated, and there's no security. The government doesn't even come forward to interrupt lawlessness. So this other side, of the coin is really trying to make a state, out of the lawlessness, a proper state, an actual state, a law-abiding state, a state that has a lot of rules to protect people, especially, and to meet basic needs. Many states, meet basic needs. That's a minimum. It does have infrastructure and systems in place to meet very basic needs. So that's really what is now needed in that territory called South Sudan. So because it has completely failed, this is really actually non-debatable now. It's so obvious it has failed. Zandawiya listed, some of the attributes of functioning states. We don't have them. We don't have those attributes in this territory called South Sudan now. Everybody is fending for themselves. Everybody is just basically out in the open with soft underbelly, no security, nothing, no security of the person, that which is a basic need, very basic need. And even food, like food as a basic need, is really non-existent for everyone, with the exception of people that are able to steal with impunity. Those are the ones who have the ability to buy food, maybe from outside South Sudan even, or food that is imported and very expensive. So the country needs to be rebooted. And we all use computers, most people anyways. So when a computer malfunctions, the first advice is to try and reboot it. Switch it off and start it again, like to restart it. So that analogy should now be applied to that failed so-called South Sudan state. And so when you restart something, it involves switching off and on again. So in the case of South Sudan, I think there needs to be steps. And one of it is really basically retracing our footsteps. And Dr. Hakim, addressed that, talked about that a bit, discussed it. So we need to retrace footsteps. You need to find out where things went wrong. And people do that all the time, even in personal life. You retrace, you reflect about what went wrong. You reflect about where you missed a step, and you reflect about what is causing something. You do reflect about that. And it's very, very important. I think South Sudan is at a crossroads now, and there's a need to revisit some of the things that happened right from its inception. We have to revisit the history of that territory called South Sudan. Like, how did it come about? What happened 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago? What happened? What happened? What has happened since Sudan, which consisted of Southern Sudan and Northern Sudan? What happened? I think it's really, really important, and we do have people in our midst who can tell that story, that history, the correct one, the correct history, not the history that is meant to usurp power and misappropriate the story of that territory. So we need to go back in history, and then come forward until now to identify what might have gone wrong, why the territory has now become a very lawless territory, like what has caused it. And then you can come up with the solutions. So at EPA, which is celebrating its 4th year anniversary, and we've come a long way. We are still going. So this is the 3rd session in a series of sessions. The first one consisted of a State of the Union address by Dr. Hakim, and the second segment was a conversation like this. So this is a continuation of that conversation. EPA was formed, for a reason, to address some of the challenges that are facing Equatoria now, the threats, the existential threats to Equatoria. That was the reason why EPA was formed. And during the last conversation piece, I talked about how EPA is a model that can be replicated. And the reason why the focus has been Equatoria is simply because you have to clean your house. And I gave the analogy of when you take a flight. In the plane, they always tell you to put on your mask whenever there's an emergency landing and oxygen levels go down. You're supposed to put on your oxygen mask. That way you are going to be able then to look after other people and to extend a hand. So this is what the EPA existence is all about, the focus on Equatoria, and we have this model that is working. That's the reason why many people have not heard of a disintegrating EPA. We've been forging forward with our vision, even though it doesn't look like we are. And that's the reason why we are not out there, part of the dysfunction that has, wreaked havoc on a lot of entities. So we're going to continue with our vision, which we are able to share with other people who are interested. either now or later on when it crystallizes completely. So then, what EPA has kind of done is invite people to come forward with models of what to do, like with the rebooting that I just talked about, with the restarting, because there's a need to reboot that country, a need to restart it, go back to the drawing board, and EPA has issued an open invitation for people to come forward with different models. EPA members belong to different organizations. So some of them are advocating for federalism. Others are advocating for a confederation. There are others that are advocating for outright breakup, to just break up the country and leave. So there's different proposals, and that's the reason why we invite everybody to come forward. It can be here or in another town hall or another forum, to present your model, to speak to why you are proposing something and how it's going to resolve the reasons why EPA was formed. So we're open to that. We are open to people's points of views. We might be able to disagree, which is okay. We can debate, and we can hear your point of view, and we can provide feedback. We can provide constructive feedback, and we are open to that as well. So that would be part of the rebooting, part of the restarting of the program. So basically, the other alternative is a crashing system. So just to go back to the analogy of a computer, you see, if you don't reboot your computer, and if you insist on running it, when you see that there's a lot of dysfunction, despite the dysfunction, the computer will crash. And that is the same thing that's going to happen to that so-called South Sudan state if it's not rebooted. So really, I don't think that's the option that people should, support, because there's a lot of consequences too. Like to something crashing, you have no control over it. You don't have control over it, and you'll just be scrambling to survive. Like if that territory is allowed to disintegrate. But the way it's being run is a failed state. The way people are forcing it to continue is a failed state, will just bring about a disintegration whose consequences are very severe. At the last conversation, I gave the example of Sudan. And there's a lot of countries like that, but the most immediate example is that of Sudan. There was a lot of dysfunction. They were malfunctioning quietly. Something was wrong in Sudan. Something has been wrong in that land called Sudan for the longest, since it was even conceived, since it was ushered into existence. Something has been wrong, and that's the reason why there was a war between Southern Sudan and Northern Sudan. That's why there was a war, because something has been wrong in that land for the longest time. Even the way it was given independence, the way it was formed, the way something was wrong. And so there needed to have been retracing of footsteps and identifying what went wrong, what was wrong, why did Southern Sudan wage war and come up with solutions. But that didn't happen. So it crashed. It crashed, and a lot of people saw the crash coming. I actually did, because I do a lot of research. I've been doing a lot of research on Sudan, on the two Sudans. I saw it coming. It's inevitable. You see, like if you don't fix a problem, it will just bring about a crash. And I think that's what, that's where we're heading now. But for Equatoria, we're trying to urge you to be prepared. And what that means is that when the crash happens, you have a plan. You need to have an exit plan. You need to have a security plan. You need to have, you need to have a budget. You need to have a way out, so that you're not trapped in an emergency. You see, like many of us do drills to prepare for emergencies. There's a lot of work sites that do drills every now and then. So that way, people are prepared when a crash happens, when an earthquake happens, when something, happens that is beyond your control, when something very, very abnormal happens, then you're prepared. But the only problem with forging a nation as a failed state, like forcing the concept of a nation onto something that is completely failed, is that the people who are doing it are acting like proverbial ostriches. They have their heads in the sand. They actually don't realize that something is wrong. Or they do. They know that something is wrong, but they decide that they're not going to deal with it. They are not going to think about it. They are not going to come up with a solution. The only problem is that it's just a matter of time before something crashes, and then you are forced to deal with it. That's the reason why I issue a clarion call to Equatoria as a unit in that landmass called South Sudan, as a model that can be replicated. Be prepared. And what that means, to be prepared, in addition to having a plan, an exit route, an exit plan, is you need to be able to protect yourself. You need to be able to secure yourself. It hasn't happened yet, but that doesn't mean that it's always going to be like that. Okay, so when you secure yourself, especially, like if you're in a home, and you make sure that nobody comes in, no intruders, no criminals. So it might actually mean that, look, you might want to arm yourself even, and when you arm yourself, it's not just so that you can go and mow down people. When you arm yourself, it's to protect yourself, so that if someone intrudes into your home to try and harm you, you are armed. And you can issue a notice to them. You can say, look, no trespassing. I have a gun. So if you come in here, if I shoot you, it's your fault. Okay, so there might need to be arming yourself for self-defense and security. Not so that you can go out there and shoot people and steal from them, and then that makes you a criminal. Okay, so that is one of the things that must happen now for self-defense. For when, okay, I'm not even going to say if, I'm not going to mince my words now. For when that so-called South Sudan state crashes, it's just a matter of time. And anybody who thinks it's not going to crash is acting like a proverbial ostrich with your head in the sand, and you leave your rear, you're behind to the elements. You are at rear is at the mercy of the elements. And I think that is foolishness of the highest order, to pretend that everything is okay by putting your head in the sand and refusing to acknowledge that it's quite possible that this place is going to disintegrate and crash because it is a failed state by design. So, protect yourselves, Equatoria, or plan to do that, because it's coming. You see, Sudan had infrastructure. Sudan was built over centuries. And look where it is now. It's been razed to the ground. And people were scrambling to get out. So what's going to happen to that so-called South Sudan state? There's nothing. There are no infrastructure, because all the funds that are supposed to go into building infrastructure are being stolen. They're being looted by criminals. Because you see, when you loot, you're a criminal, actually. Criminals passing themselves as government officials. They're criminals, and they're looting the place. So you're on your own, Equatoria, you're on your own. People that are interested in this model called EPA, you're on your own. You can replicate it. You are on your own. You have to protect yourself now, because there's no state to protect you. You really need to come to that realization, because I know a lot of people have not. They're still very hopeful about that failed state. They're hopeful. It's like a marriage. It's like a very dysfunctional marriage. Some people still insist that it's a marriage and it should continue, but others already know it's so dysfunctional, you can't even call it a marriage. So it's better to just get the hell out of that dysfunction and start afresh. Reboot it, either reboot it so that it can become a functional marriage, or get the hell out of it. So protect yourselves, meet your own needs, because you're already doing that anyways, because you're on your own. And that's why we're offering this model for Equatoria, a model that can be replicated by the other parts of the so-called South Sudan state, if they want. If they don't want, they can come up with their own models, and if at some other point they realize that the Equatorial model is one that can be replicated in their own nations, they will welcome to it. So we're not going anywhere. We are going to try to forge a better state from this failed state. And it's the other side of the coin that I've been talking about, to forge a different state, a functioning state, a state that is orderly, a state that has rules, laws, that provides security to everyone, meets basic needs. That's the kind of state we want. And we're looking at different models. You're welcome to bring your own model, and you're welcome to provide feedback, on the models that are being put out there by Equatoria, by EPA. So the current failed state, which is by design, is untenable. It's unacceptable. It needs to be interrupted. And everyone who actually wants to protect themselves should come together. They should come together, but it's not happening. This is not happening, and some of the reasons why people are not coming together to offer criticism is because it's unsafe. It's unsafe. They have been held hostage. People have been held hostage. in that so-called South Sudan state, and they are not able to come forward even and offer feedback and offer constructive criticism and offer solutions. But EPA is here, and we're not going anywhere. We have existed for 4 years, and we're still going. We are just doing our thing, and we invite people to come forward and ask questions. So I want to thank everybody again for coming. I am multitasking, but I will be around, and I might come back later on. So I want to yield the mic back to you, Hakim or Zandawiya. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret Kulia. You have done a very strong proposition there. You put a strong proposition there on the table, and I think one of the key themes that you have, clearly demonstrated is the failed state in terms of what we are doing on the other side of the coin, a failover. There's such a concept of having a failover to prevent disruption to Equatoria. But if you don't have a failover mechanism, like failover is something that you fail over to when the primary side goes down. So you can think of these two sides of the coin. On the left-hand side is the site of South Sudan. This is the playground. And when the rain rains heavily, storms, kick in, and it becomes completely unusable, then you don't have another side, right? And what Akolia is saying is that you need to have a failover side so that if this field is not operating, it's not really supporting you to play your football, then you can go and play. There's another field where you can go and play football. So you need to have two playing fields. One, and the other one is a failover, so that you can exit under stress conditions or under duress, and what Akole is basically saying is that we Equatorians are going to be forced to exit under duress, under stressed conditions. You understand these terms? So these are, requires Equatorians to come together and begin to think about the plans. If you don't plan for yourself, you are simply planning to fail. This is another, famous English saying that, people actually plan to fail. If you don't have a plan, then you are actually planning. Your plan is to fail, So what we want to avoid is the, having nowhere to fail to. And I think this is where we are making the clarion call. And also, like, with, for example, this idea of rebooting the computer. If we want to extend this concept further, it's a lot more complicated than meet the eye. Because, like, say, for example, if you don't change the software that is running the computer or the operating system, you actually end up rebooting and getting the same thing, right? It might, reduce a few things and errors here, but you're going to get the same thing running. You have to put in new software. And that's why, for example, even sometimes, you get a notice from WhatsApp and saying, upgrade to this version of the WhatsApp. Or you move from iPhone 10 to iPhone 11. You find that iPhone 11 is an improvement on iPhone 11, an improvement on iPhone 10, for example. But somebody has to do something. It's not just coming. You've got to put something new to make something work, right? But if you don't put anything new, then you're not going to get the results, different results. And that's why Alma was coming in and saying 1 + 1 will be 2, right? Or 1 + 0 is going to be 1, right? And 0 means you're putting nothing new, basically. So you need to have like 1 + 1 = 2. If you started with 1, then you put another 1, then you'll get 2. But you'll not get 1, right? When you put 1 + 1, you don't get 1, you get 2. And that's the idea. So thank you very much, Sister Akole, for your, a very entertaining discussion. So I'll move on to the next in line, and this is Nimir, I think. Nimir, you have the phone. You have the microphone, and you can take it from here. Or is it ER? Was it Equatoria first, or? Yeah. Okay, Nimir, go ahead. Nimir, go ahead.
Yeah, Sadawia and Margaret all spoke very well. And you've all enumerated the crisis, the debilitating crisis that the country is going through. And you know this, the current regime, both Kiir and Machar and all their affiliates and surrogates and their respective cabals all thrive in chaos. So for them, the status quo as it is okay. They have reduced the people of South Sudan to the rest of the earth, and they're not bothered about it. You can see from the actions that they are not working to better the situation of the masses. Fortunately, of late, they have lost the petrodollar, or seem to be losing it, from the proceeds of the crude oil. And so, hopefully, people like Kiir will have a smaller path to rent loyalties. And then definitely our people are crazy, so you're going to see a lot of fallouts and things like that happening. But we should not wait for that to happen as a people. As a people of a region, we should match our efforts with like-minded people from elsewhere as well to be able to protect our people, number one. Number two, to create structures that can then come in immediately, replace, mitigate these problems that the country is facing, and start on a new course. I am one of those people who comes from the school of thought that our country needs to start on a clean slate, that the status quo needs to be ejected for any meaningful change to happen, for that country to get to the right trajectory. It cannot be through negotiated settlements or majority resolutions. It really needs to be a total wiping of the slate, so that then a new structure comes in that is pro-people, that wants to entrench good governance and best practices, human rights, all these things. Because in the event you have remnants from the structure that is currently in place at the moment, then they can even derail any structure that comes in. You see? So I really strongly believe and advocate that as a people we should work for coalescing our people around this cause. And congratulations to EPA on this 4th anniversary. But we should work hard, match our efforts, align our people, bring them together, coalesce around these issues. Then we work to change the status quo. Otherwise, nothing is going to happen in that place. We are really, we are messed up. As the Americans would say, we're screwed, you know. So that is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Nimeri. You're very brief and to the point. I couldn't agree more with you that we need a clean slate. A clean slate means, like, you know, when you have eaten on a plate, you can't use the same plate to put food on later on without washing it completely. You know, cleaning the dirt from the plate, putting it maybe in a washing machine, and then you have a clean slate. You have a clean plate, right? And then you can put fresh food on it, right? So that's simply the analogy. And I thank you for your, for supporting this agenda as well. And I think we are like-minded. What we probably need more of is to work together. And that's the model that we have. We have the model of a government in waiting. And this model of a government in waiting, we talked about it as the government of the human society, that lives in Equatoria, that lives in Greater People, and a human society in this day and age needs to have a government. It's not, a deep state. We want to move away from the deep state, and we want to have a government of the human society that lives in Equatoria and in Bahr al Ghazal, Western Bahr al Ghazal, and in Greater Pibor. But we were talking about 1 + 1 = 2. We thought, our approach is going to be Equatoria plus Greater Pibor. 1 + 1 = 2. And then also, if Bahr al Ghazal has affinity, or Western Bahr al Ghazal in particular has affinity to this model, then we can add 2 + 1 and makes 3. And that would be the majority for bringing a new order, a new political dispensation. That would be a clean slate, because then it would be about people, like you said. It has to be the people now, because we've seen these elites, signing agreements to share power among themselves, and then they impose decisions of the elites. So they don't involve the people. The people have no role to play in exercising political power, even in terms of constitution making for peaceful coexistence. This is not being people driven. And so we have to defer to our people in the end. This is the game changer. We are saying, let us shift the game plan. Let's shift the game to be on the people, and that the people, in sovereignty inheres in the people, right? Sovereignty inheres in the people, in our people. And this is being alienated. This sovereignty is alienated from our people to the elites, so that elites now make decisions on behalf of our people. And we want to reverse this model and defer back to the people, where it all started, because many of these different social groups that exist in Equatoria today existed as sovereign entities long before South Sudan came into existence. And they cannot surrender their sovereignty and alienate their sovereignty to a failed state, to a failed group of elites. And I think this is where we are shifting the focus. We want to make, change that would be people-driven. And that's why, at the end of the day, also the challenge is that the vast majority of the people are dormant. They are sat on the fence. Not that because they're stupid, they're foolish, or anything of the sort. It's just that the level of temperature about what's going on in the country hasn't intensified to the point where they start to feel and begin to see the need for action. And we've talked about on several occasions about action for freedom, that if we want to exercise our democratic rights, we want to enjoy our liberties, our freedoms, and we want to preserve those freedoms and not to make them subject to interference or to undue influences of the elites, of the impunity, of the corruption, then we have to, work together, especially those of us who, hold dear these values, these freedoms, these liberties of our people, of ours, of our children. We have to put our hands together. We can start small, it doesn't matter. But the problem is that there's this kind of suluk. People have become used to the idea of getting things that are ready. They see SPLM as a ready thing, be it SPLM-IO, SPLM in government. These are ready things. And they think that it's impossible to do something by ourselves, and they just, live on with this, oppression of the SPLM on our heads. Let's carry on the SPLM. Look, like say, for example, you take the arrest of, what do you call the arrest of our brother Callisto, right? Callisto was one of those people who were actually supporting, maybe for tactical reasons, supporting the endorsement of Salva Kiir. And we challenged him. And then he turned around. Now, these other comrades in the SPLM are not complaining about it. They see it's normal for someone like Callisto to be arrested, detained without due process, and they're happy with this in SPLM. And they are fearful and they are afraid to challenge leadership of the SPLM because there is no institution. The SPLM is not even an institution. There is no institutional mechanisms. But they are happy to put on the red shirts, cry loud, SPLM, well, yeah, because they just want to eat. Nothing more. They are ashamed to Equatoria. These SPLM, so-called SPLM cadres in Equatoria, right? They question no one. They hold nobody accountable. They don't even ask questions about why there is no accountability in SPLM, right? You just have to follow blindly. And they want us to follow that model because they're eating. They're just simply filling their stomachs. They're less concerned about the future of the country, about accountability, so they are happy with the failed state. They're very happy with the failed state. So they want us to join in forging this, this failed state together. Forging a nation is a failed state. And that is the perspective that we bring to the table. And we want Equatorians to begin to focus their minds. Look, how many Equatorians are there alone in the diaspora? Thousands and thousands of them. Only if they were to act as a people and give voice to the idea of speaking with the voice of the people, all of them collectively, things will change. People will start to take notice that, no, we can't put up with this failed state in South Sudan. We can't put up. We've had enough of it. And we were the ones who voted in the referendum to give life to this state. And now this state is eating us, is committing atrocities against our people in Lokiliri, in Kajokeji, in Ngangala, in Agoro, Eastern Equatoria, you name it. Bishop Santo was saying he was tired of burying victims of mass murder, massacres. He was tired and was saying, is there no government? And that's what we're saying. We want the government of the human society that lives in Equatoria, or rather, the government of the human society in Equatoria and in Greater People. Our youth have to unite themselves. There should be no one should be afraid of this. Even if Kiir holds the gun to your head, no, this is about your liberty. This is about your freedom. This is about the future of your children. Let's defy the failed SPLM state, be it the SPLM IO state or be it the SPLM in government state, right? Or be it the Sawa state. No, we should just say no to them. And this is possible, technically feasible and achievable. Only that we need to get our act together, put our hands together and say, we stand for change. There's no ambiguity about it. We stand for the people of Equatoria to enjoy their liberties because the current model does not preserve the liberties, freedoms of the people of Equatoria, liberties and freedom of the people of Greater People. Let's put 1 + 1 = 2, and then we can add 2 + 1 later. That is a simple formula that we want to take on, and I hope everybody here in this room can understand and interpret this arithmetic of 1 + 1 = 2, and then 2 + 1 = 3, right? And we will have a clean slate. So I'll stop here for now, and I'll give the mic to Otuare, Dominic Otuare, if you're here. So you're most welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, excuse me, Dr. Hakim. Please, can you give at least one person the green light so that they can help you to bring up people?
Yeah.
Our brother James there is in the audience.
All right.
We can bring him up.
Okay. Where's I don't see James. I don't see James. Maybe it appears to you, but you can do it. I haven't made you a moderator. I think I should make you a moderator first so that you can. So,
Equatoria now, if you have a few words to say, please go ahead.
yeah. So we just want to have a dialogue. Just, feel free, take your time, and you have the mic. So go ahead.
So Equatorial Republic, someone came here by the name Equatorial Republic. The mic is yours.
Hello, yes. Are there James?
Yes, we can. Can you increase your volume a bit?
Oh, the James. James Natana. Welcome, James. اتفضل جيمس.
Equatorial Republic انت لو تستمر سمات ترى سمات بارك.
هاي بيكون شبكة هاي لكن هسه شوية كويس. حاول اختصر واصل في النقطة بتاعتك لأنه النتورك بتاعتك باين ما هنا. الأخ في إيجيبت. ثانك يو.
حاجه كده معقول وده اسمه ثانيا انا برجع في قرارات 2010 بالنسبه للمرض ما حتى راعت انت برمت نفس الجزء سياسي زي كده كله يعني دي مفهوم هو قال المكان حتى الان يعني عمل في البرنامج 2010 حتى مشكور ينقل لا برضه يعني ما في تغيير اسرائيل لان اسرائيل هو مختار جنوب السودان ده ليش انا بنعرف ممكن يقول لنا ده شعب السودان الفلانيه ايوه حاجه عايز اقول ما في حاجه بغير الا ان الشعب السودان بكره وانا ده بينكم ناس تاعهم التبرات ده بيحقق حاجه لدينا حاجات كثيره اصلا هي بتاثر للجماعه لكن تجيبون حقنا حق شويه الشعب السودان تدور ثاني كونفرنس اقول ثاني صحيح شعب مسلم تمام دوري حقيقة أنا تعال ده بنقول إنه دي كم 3 جريدة بدور أقول تيجي تاني شعور نفوذ كويس أنا حاجات كتير ما قاعد نتكلم أصلا في استديو في نظام كده ما نظام تمام عشان كده حاجات كده بيحاول تثبت واجهنا يعني حاجات تقال بالنسبة لنا أنا كنتورة لكن هي حاجة إحنا ما ناس ناس كبار ليش كده كل ما حتى عايز يتكلم إحنا ما كبار كده ناس لكن حاجة في تاني ده الماضي بس أول ما يزودي يصدق على نفس اليوم جاب مسؤولية تجي بتياو ياو هذا كتير طريقة تحكي أنت كتير درجات طريقة ينو السودان ده تلقى كتير طول إنه كإنجليز ما شاء الله كتير كتير درجة طريقة تماما لما ده أنا أصبح يعني كتير كم 55 مشى أصبحت 72 مشى أصبح قرى مشى ده كله أمثلة قرى ثلاثة منين ده مشى برضه هناك ده برضه مشى انتقال جاء مشى 2005 جاء مشى مين هو العدد في البلاد هناك عدد كده الروض وقال جنوبي يجوا من اللي يجي ولا مين هو العدد على السكوت هي بيجينا عدد كده بالنسبة لجماعة يعني كده كده ده نسيب لي الجري يعني معروفين الناس كيف نيروبي تقول يا كده الشعب يستوي هناك في كده نيروبي هو يرجع هم عارفين تصيب هي جنة يا لازم يعمل رجالين المعهود صدق المحور هذا كله يكون عنده أخلاق تجي أنا بجمال الحضارة ما بيلي هو نتاخد بجمال معروف أصلا لكن الحضارة فيها جمال هو اللي في جمال أصلا الدكتور حكيم ذلك ليش يقدر يوصيكم قدام طويلكم بالذات بدوركم معناها هذا الشغل كل ماشي بيزرع هناك حدود وقف في هناك وقف ما هو شو ده ضربنا اخير هو نفسه ضربنا وضرب نفسه يا دام فريد يا حب يا ولد هناك يا ولد قال يشارك هناك هناك بقى رمون يقول والملوك اوان مجموعه كل يشارك في الفروقات الصورات صاحب اللي دام سيرت ليش يقدر يقول قلنا تمام وانت تمام يا هو الشغل اللي ماشي ناس راح هنا في جوا يا هو نفس الشغل اللي عسير بلا انا في طبعا تطبقوا ده حل اللي بيجوا اللي بالراحه اللي كان كلام يعني السنه كده اللي بالراحه كده تمام اللي هو ده جاهز مفروض قبل الانفصال يا امانه ده جاهز عارفين جاهز مفروض ما يقولوا كل دينا تصاصر كان بس ما بحينا بس كان بس ما بقى حاجه كان ده وصل كثير صار انت وصل كثير هي بس طبعا ما ادري هذا الناس تبي دور ثاني سواء كان الحكومه الفدراليه ايكواتوريا تيجي دور فيه يختار يوم دور تشوف شنو احنا في تنزلات تنزلات اهم حاجه تنزلات كيف نطلق جريدك اكثر من عيد بغير هذه الحراميات لما يرمضوا يتغلش طريقه التحكي يرمضوا تمام تقرا طريقه القران ده كده تركيز كويس ده هي الفكره ده هي ده بقى
شكرا شكرا جيمس شكرا للكلمة بتاعتك شكرا يا جيمس شكرا للكلمة بتاعتك we thank you for you taking your time your busy schedule هناك وعشان تقدر تشارك معنا اليوم فإحنا بنشكرك شديد thank you so much we appreciate your thoughts you know your contributions today Aloha Dudu welcome good to see you here you have the mic you may want to share your thoughts with us and greet our audience and also they will be very happy to listen to you thank you فضل I think you are muted. You are muted, Dudu. You are muted. I think you just need to unmute yourself and then you can have the mic. But if you are busy, if you are not ready yet to speak, then I may want to invite anybody else who wants to come up here. We're just having a dialogue, really. So mute yourself, James. All right, just mute yourself. Mute yourself.
بيشتروا لعيبه عشان يلعب يعني اللعيبه ما شو قال لك راح يحتاج قال يشتروا اللعيبه من بعد عفاني تبغى تروح كوره كوره لا كوره دي كلها كوره انت تشيل العاب كده عشان تفتح ما تروح حاجه ما تكون مساوي سياسه ما يساعد شكرا.
شكرا جيمس. الأخ دودو, we want to give you this opportunity to address the audience here. لكن كان كمان انت ما جاهز لسه احنا ممكن نخليك وبعدين لما تكون جاهزة just blink your mic and I will know that you're ready and then I can give you and yield the floor for you to speak. Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, again once more احنا عاوزين نرجع للثيم اللي احنا اتكلمنا فيه جبالك which is how do we extricate ourselves from the failed state. احنا طبعا اتكلمنا باستفاضة شديد قلنا the failed state is a desired outcome of the SPLM so that they can يقدروا يمرروا الأجندة بتاعتهم. عاوزين يمرروا الأجندة بتاعتهم يشبعوا ياكلوا يشبعوا ويسرقوا بما فيه الكفاية وبدون محاسبة وبعد ذلك عشان يقدروا يسيطروا على الأوضاع for as long as it takes. ده كل ما في ده كل ما في أهداف بتاعتهم وعاوزين يستولوا على البلد ده بسلطوية ويفرض واقع هنا الشعب بتاعتنا في الاستوائية بالذات ما قادر يعني people are just helpless people are not organized. ده الحاجة اللي احنا شايفينه انه our people are not organized. في فجوة في gap of resistance لأنه الشعب بتاعتنا استوائية بالذات لعب دور تاريخي مهم جدا في 1955. The Equatoria Corps resisted the Arab regime في توريد وكان نتيجة بتاعت الكلام ده أنه إحنا فتحنا صفحة جديدة to resist the oppressive Arab regime and that resulted into the formation of Southern Sudan Liberation Movement بقيادة بتاعت Joseph Lago. But of course the ground was created and prepared for them by Father Saturnino Ogede and many others, those of Agri Jaden وكده. ده كان يعني طاقم سياسي لعب دور تاريخي في جنوب السودان ككله في الاستواء بالذات. The lessons that we take from that is that Equatorians did not tolerate oppressive systems and they rose against the Arab regime in 1955 and they fought a war for liberation for 17 years. حسي احنا في نفس الوضع يعني انه الاستوائية ما بتمارس سلطة سياسية يعني Equatoria is not exercising political power. We are dispossessed of exercising political power and this is deliberate. The other authoritarian societies, they don't care if they are not exercising political power. As long as their tribesman is on top of the system, as long as the tribesman can, steal resources without accountability, هم ما بيهمهم مسألة بتاعت مثلا forging a nation as a successful state. They are benefiting from the failed state. وحتى إذا كان بس في قلة بسيط جدا جدا مستفيدين من شنو ومنتفعين من الستيت ده زي احنا عارفين الديب ستيت الناس بولميل والناس اللي بيسرقوا أموال بتاعت الدولة. أشوف مثلا زي نايل بيت ومينستري بتاعت فاينانس طوال الفترات اللي فاتت دي كله المينستر اللي جابوه هناك دينكاوي. The minister that was replaced was also a Dinka, brought and replaced by another Dinka. يعني بقى دواليك. This is a Jang state. كويس؟ ما في زول بيمشي هناك غير الدينكاوي يكون مسؤول في شنو؟ مسؤول في اقتصاد بتاعت الدولة ويسرقوا كما يشاءون يعني بدون مساءلة. والبرلمان طبعا يا هو تعبان. انتوا عارفين ان البرلمان ده ما بيحرك ساكنا زي ما العرب بيقولوا. البرلمان ما عنده سلطة and it's an appointed parliament وبالتالي ما بيقدر يلعب دور سياسي أو حتى دور قيادي في مساءلة بتاعت the executive organ of the government. So الانستتيوشنز كلها شنو يا اخوانا؟ الانستتيوشنز كلها تعبانه، ما بتقدر تجيب على حيلها، وده زي ما كوليا قالت ده باي ديزاين عشان يقدر يستفيدوا وما يكون في مساءلات ويسرقوا كما يشاءوا، وده الحاصل. فعشان كده احنا بنشوف انه استوائيه لسه ما زال في خطر وجودي، لانه هسه استوائيه بقت dispossessed of its political power. We are not exercising any political power. And for how long should we be in this position? فهنا we are saying no to this. We want Equatoria to organize because we don't think that this is impossible to challenge. That if our people challenge the whole regime that Al-Arab in 1955, at the time when they did not have the facilities that we have today, why can't we be able to do the same? احنا ما عندنا spirit بتاعت resistance، احنا عندنا تاريخ، واحنا عندنا باع في الكلام ده، يعني في النضال ضد الريبريشن بتاع أنظمة ديكتاتورية. ما احنا we have demonstrated this in Torit، مش كده؟ we demonstrated it. كان الناس خايفة؟ الناس ما خافت كانت. طيب احنا الجيل الأحسي، جيل الاستوائي القائم حسي، ليه ما يكون ياخذ من التاريخ ده lesson to take a lesson from this history of our people standing up to oppression, standing up for what's right, standing up for their freedoms, standing up for their liberties. So we want to emulate that. We want to emulate that, and we want to show the way forward. عشان كده احنا بنتكلم عن حكومة بتاعت استوائية. الحكومة بتاعت البشر اللي عايشة في الاستوائية ده هم بيحق لهم انه يكون عندهم حكومة. هو لأن الحكومة بتاعت الساوث السودان ده فشلت، واحنا قلنا الكلام ده كتير ومرارا. المؤسسات بتاعتها غير موجودة، والمؤسسات بتاعتها كلها فاشلة، ودو كلها ظواهر يعني ما عندها معنى في أرض الواقع. عشان كده احنا عاوزين الاستوائيين ما يقفوا ويكون قاعدين on the wall, on the fence, just sitting and watching without being involved. If you are not involved, then miracles will not happen. And miracles will happen when you are actually engaged and actively engaged to make those miracles happen. وبالتالي احنا بنناشد كل الاستوائيين، بنناشد كل الاستوائيين في الدياسبورا بالذات، in Australia, in Canada, in Europe, everywhere in the diaspora. We want Equatorians to organize themselves because ما في ضمان، ما في أي guarantees of change if you are not actively working for change. لكن لما تتمنى التغيير بدون اشتراك، بدون تخطيط، وبدون ما تديه زمن وقتك وكده، nothing will change. So that's what we're trying to do, is to give time to this agenda بتاع change في الاستوائية. وحتى لو كان احنا بسيطين وما عندنا مصادر وما عندنا support, but we are motivated by our desire to create a legacy for our country, create a legacy for the next generation. We are taking the cues and the lessons of those Equatorians in the Equatoria Corps في 1955 who stood up to oppression. And ده تاريخ حقنا، يعني ده التاريخ بتاعتنا الاستوائية. We cannot do anything but to emulate that so that we can salvage the situation الحاسي احنا فيه. والحاجة هو احنا طبعا بينقصنا، مش احنا ما قادرين، لكن بس احنا may not have the political will. Still many Equatorians do not have the political will to give time, to organize, to sacrifice the little you know bit of resources that they have الزمن اللي هم عنده عشان هيك نقدر نخوض ونسخره في مشروع بتاع التغيير في الاستوائية، لأنه أساسا ما هيجي أي تغيير من أي جهة يعني. كان جاء تغيير من أي جهة بدون you know مشاركة بتاعتك ما you might end up in the same position. ما إحنا هسه عاوزين رؤية جديدة، إحنا عاوزين رؤية جديدة بالنسبة للاستوائية ورؤية جديدة بالنسبة لجنوب السودان ككل. لكن إحنا ما we cannot impose a vision for Equatoria on the people of South Sudan because ما في social fabric، ما في trust، ما في إحنا ما جلسنا تحت عشان نقدر نتفق على مثلا you know the constitution that can regulate and provide us with a mechanism for peaceful coexistence. حتى انه احنا نقدر نشوف الفرق بين a failed state and a functional state. كلها تكلمت في النقطة دي as two sides of the coin, right? You can only you know begin to think about the purposes of creating a state is to preserve your existence, to preserve your liberties, to preserve your posterity, to preserve your identity, and to continue to possess all of the inalienable rights that belong to you as a people. الناس بتتكلم عن inalienable rights ده لأنه these rights were ordained by God. We were created by God as these different social groups في الاستوائية، لكن احنا كلنا عندنا شنو؟ عندنا أراضي بنسكن فيها وعندنا ممتلكات ويتعايشنا بالسلم، وما بتلقى انه كان في حروبات بتاعت استيلاء و domination of our different social groups by one or the other. شفت كيف؟ الناس كلها عارف حدود بتاعتها، وده قبل ما you know بدون هنا without you know South Sudan was not even there. كويس؟ South Sudan is a new construct. شفت كيف؟ It's a new construct, and it's also a bad choice to be using and identifying ourselves as South Sudanese, because Sudan is not South Sudan. You know, we extricated ourselves from Sudan, right? So why would we want to identify ourselves as South Sudanese, right? That's another conversation anyway. This is a conversation we'll have some other time. It's not priority at the moment. لكن أهم حاجة بالنسبة لنا هو قضية بتاعت مستقبل الاستوائية. الرؤية بتاعتنا للاستوائية فأنه شنو؟ الشعب الاستوائي يتمتع بحقوق بتاعته وبسيادة بتاعته على أراضي بتاعت الأجداد بتاعتهم، ويستحق أنه يكون عندهم حكومة، يكون عندهم حكومة بينظم أعمالهم وبينظم الكيان بتاعتهم الاستوائي، تكون عندهم مؤسسات وبتكون بتصون الحريات بتاعتهم وبتحافظ على الحريات ده. and you can be anywhere in Equatoria, you can walk anywhere in Equatoria like we used to do, you can integrate with all other different social groups في الاستوائية. وده كان الحاجة الحاصل لعدة أجيال. احنا عندنا كم جيل احنا اتولدنا ولقينا الجيل الاستوائي كان في already عملية بتاعت integration حاصلة, and that's how we build our social fabric. لكن هسه في الظروف الحالية انت بتلقى انه الناس بقى بتشتكي انه الاستوائية بقى ما زي الاستوائية بتاعت زمانك. الاستوائية هسه بدأ ينقسم على نفسه، وده ما بيخدم مصالح بتاعت الناس اللي في السلطة. يعني عاوزين يشوفوا الاستوائية منقسمة على نفسه and that will weaken بيضعف موقع الاستوائية. It will weaken Equatoria, and then Equatoria will not have a voice, will not have a political voice. وانتوا عارفين هسي شوف اخذ مثلا الاستوائيين الحسن في الحكومة كان مارتن إليا ولا وانيجا ولا جيما نونو كومبا ولا باكاسورو ولا ما أدرك. الناس زي اللي انتوا بتفتكروا انه هم they have political power, they can exercise political power in South Sudan, they can make decisions that are binding. They can't, they don't, because they can also be fired anytime, and they will just keep quiet. They want to eat, right? And they know that they don't have the backing and the support of their people. إذا كانوا هم هناك وعارفين إنه هم هناك بتفويض على الشعب ما في زول بيلعبهم، لكن هم عارفين حق المعرفة إنه شنو هم ما مفوضين من قبل بتاع الشعب الاستوائي. They don't have a mandate of the people of Equatoria. And the institutional setup anyway do not recognize that. And these are designed by default to be the way they are. ما يكون vested with any powers, so that those who take executive decisions are not subject to accountability. وده حقائق. So all of us know all of these facts. I'm not going to spend my time here lecturing Equatorians about the failures of the system, the institutional, chaos, and the lack of delineation between this institution and that institution. I'm not going to spend time talking about that. We all know that. الحاجة اللي احنا المفروض نركز عليه هو رؤية بتاعتنا للاستوائية شنو. وده الحاجة اللي احنا عاوزين نعرفها. إذا كان في intersection or consensus about the kind of vision that we have for استوائية, then we can start to move to the next level and say, how do we realize that vision? احنا بنحقق الرؤية دي للاستوائية كيف يعني؟ How do we go about it? And then we can, put our hands together. It is not that we lack competence. مش انه احنا ما عندنا افكار، مش ما انه احنا ما عندنا مقدرة في انه مثلا نسخر طاقات بتاعتنا ونقدم النفيذ في قضية بتاعت التغيير بيقدر يؤدي للصيانة بتاعت الحريات بتاعت الاستوائية والشعب بتاعته. لا، المشكلة بس انه احنا we are not acting. Action is what speaks louder. And the action can take different forms. يعني ما بالضرورة انه احنا عايزين نقول هنا شنو كل زول لازم يرفع سلاح، لكن هيجي وقت انه انت you have to protect earth بتاعتك, you have to protect yourself, to your community, and so on when the system disintegrates. And we have only touched on that briefly. That would be a consequence because the failed state would be subject to no laws. يعني حتكون في فوضى، والفوضى بيعني انه ما في نظام، ما في rules, ما في صيانة بتاعت حريات ولا حتى security اللي هو الامن بتاعت الشعب بتاعتنا وامن بتاعت الفاميليز حقنا وكده. ده كلها هتجي بتتمخط من الفيلير بتاعت الدولة يعني. واوريدي مظاهر بتاعت الفيلير دي موجودة وانتوا عارفين انه احنا ما عاوزين نتكلم حول، لكن احنا عاوزين نتكلم عن ما هو الخلاص. What is the way forward for us as Equatorians? This is the subject that will always be there. دي هتبقى زي the constant that we have to defer to and refer to from time to time. فإحنا بنفتكر أنه إحنا ممكن كاستوائيين نلم من شملنا, especially starting in the diaspora, organizing ourselves better. Then we can have a voice. بدون organization, then we are actually acting without a plan. It means that we are planning to fail. If we don't have a plan, it means we are planning to fail. We are planning to fail. لكن لما تكون عندنا خطة بنقدر نأثر على الأحداث والتطورات بتاعت الأحداث يعني. We can be able to influence the developments in the country, to align with our strategy, to align with where we want to go. So فدي بعض just comments, few comments that we just wanted to share. We don't want to dominate also the discussion, so we'd love to see some of our people here also in the audience should come forward and maybe to complement what we're saying, or if they disagree, it's also okay, it's fine. But we just want to have this dialogue ourselves, like we had the Equatoria to Equatoria dialogue back in 2020. and which resulted in us making Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights. وبعده هو قلنا حتى even if you make Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights, how are you going to realize it? And so the answer was that we have to form EPA, Equatorial People's Alliance. Well, Equatorial People's Alliance هيعمل it will operate in the public interest and put Equatoria first. لأنه Equatoria بيواجه خطورة of being dispossessed of its homeland, ancestral homeland, dispossessed of exercising political power, and not being able to have, elections to elect their people, to submit and subject decision making for matters to do with the public interest in the hands of officials who are mandated by the public, by our people. عشان في النهاية هم بيقدروا يكونوا شنو؟ يكون تحت محاسبة بتاعت الشعب. لكن without محاسبة بتاعت الشعب, they can do what they like. And they are not afraid to make mistakes, and because they know that there's no one who is going to hold them accountable. As simple as that. فإحنا عاوزين نضع القواعد, the principles, the first principles of us living as a nation state in Equatoria. وده بيمشي بحريات برضه يعني. We will enjoy our freedoms. We have to create the state for ourselves, because the state is the container and the framework by which we can preserve our existence, the framework by which we can operate and have institutions that serve the public interest of the people of Equatoria. Unless you don't want to have a government. إذا كان الإسرائيل ما عاوزين يكون عندهم حكومة ويكونوا subjects لحكومة which is not subject to their oversight, أهلا وسهلا. بعد كده ننسى أنه إحنا عندنا رؤية وتوقعات وتطلعات بتاعت شنو؟ دولة فلسطينية. فالهدف من الدولة ذاته شنو؟ ما الهدف من الدولة عشان تكون عندك شنو؟ تكون عندك مؤسسات وتكون عندك تكون عندك آليات، الآليات اللي بتساعد في الصيانة بتاعت وجود بتاعتك، صيانة بتاعت حريات بتاعتك، حفاظ على حريات بتاعتك, protection, to provide security, to provide services, all in the public interest, not in the interest of individuals, not in the interest of private, interests, كويس؟ تكون في المصلحة العامة، حاجة بيسموه المصلحة العامة. وده احنا هسي ما بنستمتع بالحريات بتاعتنا كشعب. Even after 10 years since we became independent, we don't have freedom of expression in Equatoria. We have an authoritarian system that we are not used to as Equatorians. So we are unlearning to be, to be democratic, to be accountable, because the system is being installed, which is not accountable to anybody. And we seem to be happy with that. We don't want to challenge it. If we want to challenge the system, then we have to organize. And we organize, we can have a plan. And if we have a plan, then we are not failing to fail. We're not planning to fail. So I think I'll give chance to any other colleague or anyone else who wants to chip in. So if anyone would like to have a go, I know Akulia, you wanted to go somewhere. You are also multitasking, so maybe I can give you a chance to have a go.
Yeah. Thank you, Hakim. I just wanted to come in. I thank you, Nimir, for posting that article that appeared on Radio Tamasuch, asking the question whether the SSPDF is a predatory outfit whose purpose is to kill and prey on South Sudanese. I think the response is yes at this point, and all the evidence points to that. And Bella, you did, interject by saying that it's a cartel of mafia. So they're just here to loot. and destroy. Over 10 years ago, I wrote an article basically naming them, saying outright that the SPLM is a criminal cartel. I'm going to look up that article. It was posted. It's still in the public domain. 10 years ago, I came to this conclusion over 10 years ago. And it's still the case as we speak. So yes, it's predatory, and it needs to be interrupted because it's not an army. That is not an army. They have changed their name to South Sudan People's Defense Force. They are still the SPLA. They are still the criminal cartel that are destroying that land. So something needs to be done about it. That's why you really, nobody can afford to sit on the fence now. I know there's a lot of initiatives to disrupt that so-called government, that criminal cartel. There's a lot of initiatives. I think the time has come, honestly, to combine forces and have a dialogue like this. It's the same dialogue, similar to the one that ushered in EPA. We had a long dialogue of people coming in, meeting every week to hash out, talk about, converse about what is happening in Equatoria. And for those of you who just joined us, I said before that EPA is a model that can be replicated. What we're simply doing is to look out for us first, make sure that we're safe and Equatoria is safe and healthy enough to extend support to other regions and other peoples. So I have talked before about the need for a protection force. And earlier on, I talked about how Equatorians now have to protect themselves. You have to protect yourself. And that goes for everybody who is in that territory now, because the SPLA, they call themselves People's Defense Forces, are very predatory. They are criminal. And when you're dealing with a criminal, you have to protect yourself. You have to guard yourself. That's the reason why in many Western countries, you are allowed to own a gun. I live in Canada. You can actually own a gun here, and it's for either hunting or for self-defense. You can use it for protecting yourself. If someone intrudes and they're trying to harm you, you have the right to be the first to shoot them, and you will be protected by law. That is what should happen now in Equatoria and in that land called South Sudan right now. People just simply have to arm themselves. It would be better if we have a protection force that is organized, that is structured, that strictly adheres to human rights, that operates by the law of the army, that is to protect people. The laws of the army has laws. You protect. Your duty is to protect. Your duty is not to go out there, rob people, rape people, steal from them. That's not what the army is meant to be. I have a lot of family members in the army. They do not do stuff like that. They are not in South Sudan. They are here. They are in the Western armies. They are very strictly, like they know how strict the army is. You cannot go outside the laws of the army and harm people without consequences. So that's what we need to do now. We need to have a protection force. We really have to come together and combine forces and talk through how to structure a protection force. And I talked earlier about how you're not going out there to kill people. This is not about waging war. It's about protecting yourself from a lawless landmass called South Sudan, which is heading for disintegration. And when it disintegrates, you will need to be able to protect yourself. I don't know if you can hear me, but because my network seems to be acting up. But yes, so that's really what my second segment is all about, is to really just to say yes, the SSPDF so-called is a predatory outfit, and they are just out to kill and prey because they are armed and dangerous. They are criminal cartels and they need to be tackled. They need to be tackled because when you're a criminal, you have no right to be walking around armed, and brutalizing, terrorizing people. You need to be tackled. So literally, that's what I'm really proposing now, is a protection force, and I've talked about it for a very, very long time, about what a protection force is and what it is not. It's not a fighting force. It's to protect people, but we are also aware that, you see, like in the West, the police often have to fight gangs. Okay, so there's always a firefight with gangs if they don't submit. So that is what I'm pushing for now, and I'm willing to discuss the specifics. So I'm going to end here for now so that other people can jump in. And anybody else who wants to chip in, please come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Aquila, once more. Appreciate your interjection and the focus on protection. That this will ultimately be the outcome of the failed state. That Equatorians need to be on guard, simply because the state of South Sudan is unpredictable. The chances are that we are fast approaching the crossroads. And as you probably follow on several occasions this year, when we talked about this issue of the failed state, we see that there's no way forward. They have extended themselves in power on several occasions. They have not fulfilled their own obligations of what they signed in the revitalized peace agreement. And now they've run out of time. They had gone out to propose holding elections in December this year. And then there is no constitution for this election. They have not completed the benchmarks, the key benchmarks, like taking the census, for example, in the country, and also going through the process of creating a new constitution on the basis of which elections will be held. This has never materialized. And then you begin to wonder if they want to hold elections on the basis of which constitution. It is not legitimate to use the transitional constitution for elections, because you'll ask the question, whom are you going to elect? What are the positions and roles that we're going to be electing people to occupy? These are all issues that would have been regulated by the constitution. But we don't have a permanent constitution that is agreed yet. So how are they going to conduct these elections? So if they are not going to conduct elections, so what will be their course of action? Will it not be just extending themselves again in power? And we've said that perhaps that is why there are what they call these Tumaini peace talks, so that they can have an agreement, another one, which is meant to be complementing the failed agreement, so that it gives them more time to kind of claim to be implementing the agreement. So these are the excuses that they're working on at the moment. If these excuses they are allowed to run away with it, then the failed state still continues and even getting worse, because we would have gone on to violate the constitution, have failed to implement any provisions of any agreement, which is not even subject to the people. So how do we see ourselves fit in this model? So it's quite an issue for us then to begin to think as Equatorians and consider our options, right? We need to consider those options in light of objective analysis of the current, state, the failed state, and what else is available for us to take as an option. So once more, Akulia, I think it's only right that we should make a clarion call to our people to see through the wood and look at the options that are available. The exit plan, like you said, the exit plan, and this exit may be under duress. It may be a stressed exit, so we need to be ready for that. As Equatorians, we need to look and examine the options and just not sit there without a plan. And I'm appealing to our people, Equatorians in diaspora, to heed our call, to team with us as EPA. We have a model for a government of Equatoria, but we need our collective action as Equatorians to effect it. So that is what we are saying, and I hope this message is clear and finds, welcome in our community, in our social groups in Equatoria, because that is for us and, to safeguard our future. So, Zandawia, if you have any interjections, please come on. I know it's probably getting late as well, so that we can maybe call it a day. So you're welcome.
If you can give me some few minutes, I'll be able to talk a bit later. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So I'll shift it. Yeah, جدا. دي جيمس.
يا جماعة بالتعقيب، أسلم عليكم كلكم في المنصة. دكتور حكيم دارب، رئيس تحالف الشعب الإكواتوري، السادة الكرام، الدكتورة مارغريت أخوليا، الدكتورة أرمى زنداوية، السيد نميري، كل الأخوان والأخوات الموجودين هنا تحت. دولة جنوب السودان أصلا مؤسسة على الفشل من البداية. الناس ديل ما شافوا حياة الدولة من 2005. كان في إمكانهم يصلحوا الحال ويرسوا دولة أو يقيموا دولة الوطنية أو ملامح من الدولة الوطنية. الحاجات دي هم عملوها، لكن يبدو أنه أيام أثبتت لنا أنهم عملوا كده بفعل فاعل، لأنه في ظل حياة اللا دولة ما قد بتكون في حاجات متاحة أو ممكن تحصل بدون مساعدة، اللي هو مسألة اللوتين والسرقات وتمرير بعض الأجندة اللي تخدم مصالحهم الذاتية وبالنسبة لهم تعتبر استراتيجية، اللي هو زي ناس اللاند جرابينج والديموغرافيك تشينج وحاجات كثيرة قاعد تتم في ظل أنه ما في دولة أصلا، ما في حكومة قاعد تهتم بأولويات الناس، عايشين بس حياة عادية كده وبيقولوا في دولة، وشايفينهم بيهتموا بقطاع محدد أكثر حاجة، اللي هو الشركات اللي قاعد تجيب لهم القروش، نايل بيت وغيره، والجبايات تحت الموارد في نقاط الحدود. برغم انه نقاط الحدود والموارد بتاع نقاط الحدود المفروض تكون ولائيه حتى جزء منها بسيط يمشي للخزينه الاتحاديه للناشونال ريفنيو، لكن هم بفعل فاعل
ماسكين الحاجات دي في يدهم، وبعد ذاك المؤسسة العسكرية ذاته وبعض المؤسسات الأمنية الثانية. فظاهر أخواني الإكواتوريان الناس دين عندهم خطة يحتاج نحن عشان نواجههم ونكون عندنا قرار سياسي لازم يكون في تكتل استوائي زي ما هنا GPAA قاعد تصدر المشهد كحزب يدعو لحل مشاكل جنوب السودان الجنرال والاستوائية بصفة خاصة للحالة نحن شايفينه ده. واحدة من الحاجات المادين ظاهرة لنا وبقوا يستخدموا فيها كلام فيه نوع من البروباغندا السياسية اللي هو وجود الجيش اليوغندي في جنوب السودان. دي واحدة من برضه من ملامح الفيل ستيت، واحدة برضه من ملامح الطريق للديس انتجريشن باين دخول الجيش اليوغندي في جنوب السودان. وده ما أول مرة في 2013، لكن ده كان هم جو بميشن محدد still is not good. لكن المرة دي توقعوا خالص وبقوا يعملوا ارتكازات عسكرية وتفتيش، بقوا ينتشروا زي كانوا هم في بلدهم في ظل وجود الدولة. يلا لما هم خجلوا من في سم، لما الناس يقولوا فدي يمسكون بقوا يمشي يقولوا يا أخي وينو الاستوائيين ما يدافعوا عن الحدود. يا أخي الدفاع عن الحدود دي ما مسؤولية مواطن، حتى لو في دولة ذاته، لو في دولة عديد كدولة بكل مؤسسات. مسؤولية الحدود دي ما مسؤولية مواطن، دي مسؤولية الجيش، مسؤولية المؤسسة العسكرية. هم هنا قاعدين يسووا شنو؟ يلا هنا شوف بقوا يتاجروا ذاته سياسيا، بقوا زيهم زي الناس العاديين. قالوا يا أخي الاستوائيين ليه ما بيدافعوا الممارسات بتاع الجيش يوغندا داخل الجنوب؟ السؤال اللي يفرض نفسه منو الدعم الجيش اليوغندي عشان يجي في دولة جنوب السودان؟ يستحيل ان اليوغنديين براهم يجوا كده، واذا جو كده براهم من نفسهم. دور الدولة شنو يعني؟ هم قدموا شنو؟ نحن سمعنا شنو هم قدموا، رفضهم او شجبهم او يمشي شافلوهم عديل كده. هذا شغل الجيوش اصلا. فهنا دي جرس انذار للإيكاتوريان ده كله من غياب الصوت السياسي اللي بيخاطب قضايا ملحة في البلد. يعني انت كده بيحملوك مسؤولية تاريخية في حاجة انت ما اتخذتها، لأن انت عندك القرار السياسي هناك اصلا ناقص. واذا موجود بتكون موجود بس مجرد بتاع غطاء بس، تكون بس قاعد هناك لا بتشيل ولا بتودي. لكن نتمنى انه يوم الايام ان شاء الله الحاجات دي كلها تصوف في مكانها. شكرا كثير الدكتور حكيم والرفاق المنصة والنفر قاعدين يتكلموا معنا. شكرا يعني إخوة وأخوات. Thank you.
Thank you James. أنا ما شايفك، ما ظاهر في المنصة هنا. So I was wondering.
يا ما بيكون ما باين يعني لأنه جيت متأخر.
Okay. Maybe I have to refresh it. I don't know how. But anyway, welcome. أنا ما كنت شايفك. Yeah. So yes, I will move the line to Nimir. Nimir, كان في أي إضافة تاني? If there is any additional comments you would like to add, you're most welcome. Hello, Nimir. Yep. Okay. Okay. Noted. Right. Yeah. As Zandawiya, once you are ready, you can just basically blink your mic, and I will yield the mic for you to speak. So I think we just really expounded today. We expounded on a number of themes, like we said at the start. Figure that the coin, the two-sided, the two-headed coin. You have, on both sides of the coin. That's a theme that Equatorial tried to bring to the fore. That on the one hand, you have the failed state, and then you have the opposite of it on the other side. What is current is the failed state, and we want to replace it to substitute it by a new state, something like a new wine in a new bottle, right? You can't put the new wine in an old bottle. It won't really align. It will not blend in very well, so to speak. It won't blend in the old bottle. عشان كده احنا عاوزين نتكلم عن the new wine, and this, I guess, an analogy that many people probably understand, as we have learned these concepts in our schooling, and these are narratives from the Bible. So I think it applies. It is timeless. When the Bible was written, we were not here, but it's still this narrative, the lessons from it are timeless. Humanity benefits from all of this, and I think it's only right that we should also think along the lines of putting new wine into a new bottle so that it blends well. ما حتى يعني الناس دائما بتعمل يعني بتحب الجديد، يعني في تجدد في الحياة يعني. Life is a constant process of evolution. والناس طلعت بنظريات بتاعت التطور أو بتاعت الايفولوشن، مش كده؟ That life is subject to evolution, and it is true. ده بيعني أن السنة بتاعت الحياة is evolution, and this evolution, this process of evolution applies to societies, applies to states, applies to almost anything and everything in this universe, in this world, at least on Earth where there is human life. So we are subject to this, laws of nature. لازم يكون في تجدد، واحنا ممكن نقدر نستفيد من قوانين بتاعت الناتشرال لوز، القوانين الطبيعية في العالم وفي الأرض، بتخدم مصلحتنا. Because if we don't want to evolve, then we will remain only part of the old wine in an old bottle. اللي هو جنوب السودان. جنوب السودان, like we said, it's a failed state. It's the old bottle. احنا عاوزين نكون في شنو in a new state, and to blend into modernity, into evolution, into a state where we are responsible for our laws, our actions, that would benefit the whole of society. ما هو أساسا إحنا كمجموعات ثقافية في مصلحة في أنه إحنا نكون together، في مصلحة في أنه إحنا ممكن نقدر نسخر الكل لخدمة بتاعت الكل. كويس؟ يعني we rely on the collective for collective benefit, and this collective response to the threats that we face, the existential threat that we face, the fact that we do not exercise and we are not in control of exercising political power on matters of our own existence, on matters of how we want to govern ourselves, we are dispossessed of this inalienable right for our people, for the human society that lives in Equatoria, us ourselves. And then how are we going to plan our development? How are we going to plan our education? How are we going to plan, our priorities? How are we going to plan for the future of our posterity? ما هو في الأسرة, the head of the family, the parents, take responsibility and they are accountable for creating a legacy for the family so that they can bequeath the family to the new generation, right? And every parent would like to see the best for their children, right? For their posterity, مش كده? That's part of our human existence, يعني human condition. And we have to protect our posterity. We have to do the better, the best for them, just like our parents and our ancestors did for us. مش كده؟ عشان كده احنا يعني you know, we are saying the obvious. We are, you know, we're making a clarion call to Equatorians that, you know, for us to preserve our existence, to promote our interest, it requires collective action. It requires us to come together. And then there's a force in unity. There's a bigger force and security in our unity. لأنه بعد ذاك أنت بتكون عندك the power of the people to effect change, because it's not only one individual who is acting. It is the whole of society that wants to preserve their interest. They wants to preserve حريات بتاعتهم ويتمتعوا بما يحق لهم يعني. You know, they want to enjoy their inalienable rights. And unfortunately, in this day and age, the construct of a state is what goes. The construct of institutions, the construct of political power, the construct of exercising that political power to serve your, you know, your purpose, right? So, لا محالة يعني من you know, من التخطيط واستخدام الآليات المتاحة بالنسبة لنا لخدمة بتاعت مصلحة استوائية وصيانة بتاعت صيانة بتاعت وجود بتاعت استوائية يعني كتكتل مجتمعي له خصوصيات بتاعته وله سيادة وده من حقه. والمفروض يعني احنا كاستوائيين we should not just let our rights let ourselves down. We are letting ourselves down. فاحنا ممكن البسيط اللي احنا بنقدر نعمله كاستوائيين نكون عندنا خطة، ومش لانه يعني دي صعب بالنسبة لنا. احنا ما في الاي بي عندنا خطة اوريدي، احنا عندنا خطة وعندنا رؤية للاستوائية وخطة بيمشي معاه يعني بيصاحبه. وملامح بتاعت الخطة ده احنا اتكلمنا فيه بعض الشيء، وإن كان في جزئيات بسيطة يعني، لكن في قضايا ستيل قضايا محورية احنا ممكن نقدر نتطرق عليه، وبرضه من جانب بتاعت التنفيذ يعني. لأنه إذا كان ما في آليات، وإحنا التكتل بتاعتنا ذاته دي شيء من الآليات اللي احنا بنحتاج له عشان نقدر نوظف الآليات دي في خدمة بتاعت الخطط اللي احنا عندنا ورؤية بتاعتنا للاستوائية. ف truly we don't need to be on the fence يعني we should not be sat on the fence and to watch. أنا بالذات أنا بطرح يعني أنا بقدم كلاريون كول ده وبيناشد الاستوائيين في الشتات، زي ما أخت سيلفانا قالت اليوم اللي فاتت ده، كان قال شنو إنه إحنا كلنا EPA ده is like our child. We have to nurture it and make it have a voice, because this is truly, you know, for us, this is concerned with putting Equatoria first. مصلحة بتاعتنا كشعب، مصلحة بتاعتنا ككيان، ومصلحة بتاعتنا كنسيج اجتماعي. يعني we have a gain which is the result of history. Okay, يعني دي النتائج بتاعت عملية تاريخية صانت وجود بعد استوائية ككيان وكنسيج مجتمعي. And we don't want to lose all that all this social fabric that built up in Equatoria over many generations has become مكتسب. يعني بقى مكتسب بالنسبة لنا. إحنا بقينا عندنا مميزات بتاعت المجتمع الاستوائي. فإحنا كان خلينا المميزات ده والمكتسبات ده بتاعت المجتمع الاستوائي تزول من خلال بتاع السياسات بتاعت الفرق تسود وكده ما بتخدم مصلحة بتاعت الاستوائية، لأن الوجود بتاعتنا ما حتكون عندها ما حيكون عندها يعني استمداد يعني أو استدامة زي ما بيقولوا. الوجود بتاعتنا يكون وجود مستدام، واللي هو الكيان بتاعتنا ما بيكون كيان مستدام. وبرضه اهو التداعيات الكلام ده كله والعمل ده هيؤدي الى شنو؟ هيؤدي الى عدم يعني we come to a null as far as Equatoria is concerned in terms of dispossession of our political inalienable rights, and we become marginalized in society because we do not have the courage to speak up for ourselves. We don't have a strong motivation to organize ourselves because the void that is there that needs to be filled by organizing ourselves so that we can have plans. And those plans will be, will derive from the consensus of our people, from their priorities. عشان كده احنا لما نتكلم عن putting الاستوائية first, we want to put the aspirations for our people first. But that requires us to work collectively so that we can, have expectations, realistic expectations for what we want to achieve. فدي من بعض يعني some of our طموحات بتاعتنا في الاي بي اي، وده بيعتمد على النجاح بتاعتها، بيعتمد على عطاء وساكريفايس بتاعت time of many of our people in Equatoria to come forward, put our hands together, and then we can work as a team عشان بعد ذاك نقدر نمشي في اتجاه بتاعت إقامة بتاعت حكومة في الاستوائية، حكومة بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي. احنا عندنا له نموذج. النموذج ده بيتخذ حماية بتاعتها أو مثلا الأساس بتاعتها هو احنا كنا عملناه وقلناه دي Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights. والرايتس اللي احنا بنتكلم عنه ده مثلا زي the right to life, the right to justice, the right to security. الحاجات دي كلها if you take one of these, the right to security, the right to life, the right to justice, these things come in the context of a collective. أنه تكون في حكومة أو سلطة بتتبنى المبادئ دي والحقوق ده بمثابة بتاعتها دي حقوق بترجع لكل فرد في المجتمع الاستوائي، وأنه الحكومة ده بيعمل لخدمة بتاعت مصالح الاستوائية على أساس وتبني بتاعت شنو الحقوق ده اللي بتعود لهم، الحقوق اللي بتعود للشعب الاستوائي. That's why we need a government, because we live in a failed state and there is no government that protects, that preserves, that promotes your rights. وانت هتنتظر زي ده لغايه 200 تكون ما عندك حكومه بتاعتك. انت لازم تعمل جاهدا عشان ايه؟ عشان تكون عندك حكومه، والحكومه هي ما إلا شنو مجموعة من المؤسسات، تكون في مؤسسة بتهتم بقضايا بتاعت سلام وسكيورتي وأمن، وفي مؤسسة بتهتم بقضايا بتاعت عدل ومساواة، وكيف تقيم العدل والمساواة في المجتمع اللي بيتعايش فيما بينهم بسلم بمبادئ بتاعت السلم والحاجات دي كلها. فعشان كده احنا جينا ب رؤية بتاعت حكومة بتاعت استوائية. حكومة استوائية ده يا هو بنسموه the government of Equatoria. And that would be a reflection of Equatoria as a nation. This government of Equatoria will promote justice, will promote the rights of the people of Equatoria, the right to land, the ancestral homelands, the right to live in peace, the right to security, all economic, social, cultural, political rights that belong to them, to guarantee those rights and to protect those rights. That's the purpose of Equatorial state. In other words, Equatorial government. تكون عندها مثلا مؤسسات كبرلمان where Equatorians will elect their own people's representatives to oversee executive organs of such a government, to oversee the laws and legislate the laws that will serve the best interest of the people of Equatoria. وبطبيعة الحال يعني بيحتاج لتضامن بتاعت أفكار، وبيحتاج ل مثلا خبرة أو خبرات متعددة. تكون عندنا مثلا علم، معرفة بالقانون، بفلسفة بتاعت القانون، بتكون عندنا مفكرين اجتماعيين. So all of this الناس بتتخصص ليه؟ لأنه بتتخصص عشان تخدم في آليات بتاعت المجتمع، الآليات بتاعت الحكومة بتاعت المجتمع، عشان تقدر تخدم مصالح المجتمع. If you talk about economic rights, then such a thing as the Ministry of Economic Planning will be there for the purposes of the enjoyment of economic rights by our people. كده ده المفهوم بتاعته كده، انه المؤسسه بتخدم مصلحه بتاعت شنو؟ المصلحه الاقتصاديه بالنسبه للشعب ده، المجتمع الاستوائي ده. This human society called Equatoria, or in Equatoria, who live in Equatoria, right? So their enjoyment of the economic rights, the right to to life, ده بيعني برضه مثلا for example the provision of health services which will guarantee the right to life. That, say, for example, if you fall sick, there will be an institution that provides for healthcare services that would plan for protecting the lives of people by, fighting poverty, fighting disease, all these natural phenomena which exist in the world, right? With the availability of science, access to science and technology, then we can be in a better position to save our society. مش كده؟ عشان يتمتع بكل المكتسبات التطور العلمي والتطور الاقتصادي وهكذا. فدي بتكون لأصحاب المعرفة، لأصحاب العلم، في أنه يقود المجتمع بأفضل ما ممكن نقدر نتصوره من علم، من معرفة، من خبرتهم وكده، عشان يفيد وينفع السوسايتي كله. That is the purpose of the existence of a state, the purpose of existence of a government. So فإذا كان ما في وجود لحكومة بهذه المواصفات، يعني بالمواصفات دي وبتطلعات دي في مهام بتاعتها وأولويات بتاعتها، إذا إحنا حنكون عايشين في انتظار إلى أمد غير مسمى، يعني زي ما بيقولوها. إحنا بقينا بننتظر الحكومة إلى أمد غير مسمى، ولا عندنا قوة ولا عندنا مثلا دور بأنه إحنا نقدر نقرب من الوصول للحكومة ده وتطبيق بتاعتها في المجتمع الاستوائي، تكون بعيد المنال زي ما بيقولوا. يعني دي بتكون حاجة بعيد المنال، لأنه إحنا ذاتنا ما وضعنا جهد، يعني ما حطينا مثلا خطط وخطة مثلا بتاعت إقامة بتاعت حكومة بهذه المبادئ. يعني الحكومة اللي بيعمل على أساس المبادئ ده، ما إحنا ما عملنا له، ما بذلنا مجهود بتاعتنا عشان نقدر نضع أساس للحكومة ده. فده في النهاية بيعود لنا كمجتمع، إحنا كواعيين أهداف بتاعت المجتمع بتاعتنا ومثلا واعيين بما يتطلبه الوضع بالنسبة لنا كاستوائيين. If we are not conscious about that, we are not thinking about the future, then we are actually wasting time, and we are also wasting time for our generation, because we're implicitly passing the burden to them, to their time, and that burden may be too much. مش كده؟ عشان المفروض احنا نكون الأوائل في شنو؟ في اتخاذ المبادرة، the initiative. We take the initiative to create the government for them. We are not able to do it now, but at least we lay the foundations for the government of Equatoria and set those expectations. عشان شنو؟ المجتمع الاستوائي يكون عنده شنو؟ يكون عنده تطلعات ورؤية مستقبلية، a future that befits our society as a whole ككيان متكامل عاوز يعيش حياة كريمة وحياة بتتبنى مبادئ بتاعت العدل والسلام وأفق بتاعت التطور للمجتمعات كله يعني في الدنيا ده. So those are the noble objectives that we stand behind as EPA, and we really feel and believe that we can do it. We have confidence in EPA that this is a noble commitment, a noble objective for all of us to work together towards achieving as Equatorians. We're just letting ourselves down by not organizing better, and we have come this far, this long, since EPA was founded, and we could have achieved even more. لكن ده طبعا بقى the pace will be subject to us pulling our knowledge, our experiences, whatever expertise that we have in our communities and in our societies. We need to pull that together to work for our best interest. وأنا امبارح ولا أول امبارح كنت اتكلمت عن مثلا زي المقارنة بين المجتمع أو مثلا EPA versus a company. Like say, for example, Microsoft, Apple, or Google, the companies that, created these devices and instruments that we have that we now talk through, can laptop, can mobile, دي حكومة ذاته ما لعبت دور كبير في in the discovery of this devices and so on. لكن الحاصل شنو انه the government created the environment for companies to start, and companies are nothing but incubators that new ideas. انت كان عندك فكرة عاوز تنفذ الفكرة ده وانت already مكتمل المعرفة، انت ممكن تقدر تبني شركة، والشركة بتكون عندها رؤية vision to create something unique which will have value in society, and not only your society, it can even extend benefits to other societies. Like now, we did not create these mobile phones in South Sudan or in Equatoria. We did not create the computers in Equatoria. They were created in other countries by companies, right? And we're just consuming these technologies. We're using. So the benefit is extended to us. We're now able to communicate across international borders because of technology, because of advancement in technology. And that has come about because of the creativity of the human mind. And تكون في حريات. You can come up with something, do it, work so hard to achieve it. Sometimes you fail, sometimes you succeed. So there's an enabling environment for all of this. And the outcome of it is the benefits that accrue to society as a whole. But if you don't have an enabling environment where there are laws that regulate and protect intellectual property, provide regulation of, businesses, and allowing for people who are creative to go about doing their business. They don't have to necessarily be employed in government, all of them. أي واحد ممكن يقدر يعمل له شركة and to recruit others and create a job for himself and for others. Okay? What is more fulfilling? What is more rewarding if you can save the whole of your society? Today, if I was the creator of Microsoft or the creator of Apple, right, I would be rewarded and feel satisfied that I've given something back to the community. That's what matters, isn't it? That you would have created products that now benefit the whole of humanity, not just, your own country. What is more fulfilling than that? So there must be an enabling environment that allows people to be creative, to exercise their freedoms and liberties, to fight poverty, to find innovative ways of helping society develop, right? Because this is the purpose. Why are we here on this earth? We have children. We want to bequeath to them a better life. Life is a struggle, for sure. Life is a struggle. From one generation to the other, life is a struggle. But we want to do the best for our people in Equatoria. That is a motivation. That is the motivation that could have been no more fulfilling, satisfying to engage in. It is something worth spending time and giving your time to support, and do not underrate or underestimate the future potential of what you're doing now, which could be beneficial to society. There are no guarantees, but at least if you're doing something noble, driven by noble intentions and aspirations, then there is a chance that you could win in this. You could achieve something, or at least lay a foundation for improvement by the next generation. So that's what we in EPA are really motivated by. We're motivated by this ideal, by the vision for Equatoria, for people to exercise their inalienable rights in terms of their sovereignty, democratic rights and values, and their right to choose their own leaders, to choose their people's representatives, to exercise the full range of rights that belong to them, and that this should not be subject to constraint or limitation by a corrupt system that is imposed on them, that is not subject to their will, that is not subject to their oversight, as we see now in South Sudan. So that is really the challenge that we have, on our hands as EPA, and we are not demotivated. We are determined, and we want to get this message across to our people, Equatorians in diaspora and back home, and wherever the Equatorians may be. There's a lot of power in our unity, which we are not seeing. We are not leveraging enough. We are not taking advantage of. وده مكتسب بالنسبة للنسيج الاجتماعي اللي احنا بنعيشه في الاستوائية. And we don't want to let go of this social fabric binds us together in Equatoria. We really don't want to let go of it. We are the last, if everybody has let us down, we're going to be the last to the finish line on this. We're going to stand behind this agenda. We want Equatorians to join us, and if this is a noble cause for us as Equatorians, then we shouldn't be distracted. We shouldn't, we should just, carry on to overcome the hurdles that we have. We are also hopeful, and we pray that our people will listen. They will hear our voices. They will turn around and say, like what Sister Silvana said the day before yesterday, that this is ours. This is our voice. Let it be. Let it amplify so that we can reach the corners of all of Equatoria, all of Greater People, and then make this 1 + 1 = 2. So that is our simple message that we want to share with all of you Equatorians. I hope many of you will listen to this recording and share it with your friends, with your family. Let's make it our family thing, right? We want to make it our family thing and be counted, and then spend the time for it and do all that we can to make this happen. So thank you once more for listening and for being with us here all this time. So I'll pass the mic to one of our brothers here, Rufino, who just joined us up here. So Rufino, the mic is yours, and feel at home. Thank you. Rufino, you can have the mic. You can unmute yourself and then chip in. James, I'll pass the mic to you, and you can help while I get some water to drink. Thank you.
يا تفضل رفينا. تعرفونا رفينا كان عنده مشكلة في النت، دخل في المرض. أستاذ رفينا أنت معانا؟ لحد ما يجي أستاذ رفينا. الوضع في جنوب السودان واضح.
You can pass it to Zandawiya if she's back. She was earlier going to be speaking, and then she said she needed some time, and then she will come back.
That's fine. دكتور ألما ده في المنصة. ألما دكتور ألما.
اهلا 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 الاخ جيمس.
يا اتفضلي، لكن يبدو انه رفينا عمل ريفريشمنت للتليفون وجاي، لكن يبدي معانا. رفينا اتفضل. Are you ready Mr. رفينا؟ افتح المايك بتاعك استاذ رفينا. يا اتفضل يا دكتور ألما.
ده هيكون بالنسبة لي آخر مداخلة، لأنه بعد كده في عندي حاجات كده بسيطة أنا I have got to finish. شكرا الأخ جيمس، وأنا بشكر كل الزملاء هنا في المنصة والناس اللي قاعدين يستمعوا تحت. شكرا لكم، وخاصة إنه أنتوا قاعدين معانا مدة طويلة. نرجع للتايتل again. Forging a nation as a failed state in South Sudan. طبعا الكلام ده بتاع failed state, what we have been speaking about South Sudan as a failed state, we have been repeating it over and over and over again. And you know, it became now something which is not shocking anymore. This is the case with all cases in South Sudan. يعني زمان الواحد ما يشوف له جثة إنسان واقع في الواطة، ده كان it used to be really shocking. وطبعا الناس كلها يخبروهم ويكلموهم إنه في إنسان مقتول وكده، القرية كلها ولا المدينة كلها تقوم. لكن حسا بقى حاجة عادي، تشوف جثة وتكون ماشي جنب الجثة كأنه ما في أي شيء. يعني there is no element of shock anymore in South Sudan. يعني الواحد ما بيتخيل إنه نحن عايشين in a failed state. ما بس failed state, in a collapsed state, which is even worse. It's collapsed completely. It has failed right from the beginning. يعني من البداية it was في البداية طبعا قاعدين يقولوا إنه South Sudan is only we are only a new nation and we are only babies and so on. How long will you remain a baby? Since 2005, يا جماعة, when we signed the agreement and we had our autonomy up till 2011 when we seceded. So right from 2005, we were a state. But we have failed, you know, our people have failed, our leaders have failed. عشان كده من 2005 ل 2011 تقريبا 5 سنين. في ال5 سنين ده ما في كان يعني تغيرات ملموسة في جنوب السودان. نفس الناس ديل يهو بدوا طوالي في السرقة وشنو، لكن ما كان ظاهر خالص. جا ظهر من 2011 لأنه بقينا دولة مستقلة. ف this is by design. يعني هم رفضوا إنه يأسسوا يعملوا يعني يجيبوا أي مؤسسات في الدولة، ويعني رفضوا إنه يكون في law and order، رفضوا إنه يكون في حاجات كويسة. ليه؟ لأنه الحاجات الكويسة بتظهر الحرامي. يا جماعة زي الحرامي ما بيحب النور، لما تولى له نور كده يقوم جاري ويستخبى، وهو لو في مراده انت الولات النور ده هو هيضربك. فعشان كده دايرين يشتغلوا في الظلمة شنو؟ اللي هو a failed state. A failed state طبعا الناس دايما we describe it as a ship that's sinking. The ship has already sunk. المركب ده already غطس. فنحن حاسة we are completely underneath the water. نحن تحت المويه. انت لما المركب ده يغرق بك، انت بس تقول يا ربي ويا ربي خلي زول تاني هو يطلعني، ولا انت بتحاول تطلع بنفسك؟ حتى لو كان في بيبي داخل المركب القاعد يغرق ده، البيبي بيحاول يعوم يطلع برا. اي زول لو في غنمايه، لو في حمار، لو في whatever it is، حيحاول يطلع من المصيبة. ما حيقعد ينتظر يقول يا جماعة طلعوني وأرموا لي حبل وأرموا لي هنا عوامة وطلعوني. لا، automatically you will want to save yourself. And this is what we are telling the Equatorians, telling the other South Sudanese, get out of that sinking ship. ولما انت داير تطلع من sinking ship ده، it's not an easy job. It's not an easy job at all. أنا متأكدة ما في زول فوقنا هنا كان يعني في مركب أو في سفينة قاعد يغرق. It is one of the, I am sure it's one of the most horrible experiences. لأنه there is a possibility, 80% possibility that you are going to die. The probability that you are going to live will be very slim. Especially the biggest the stretch of water, the more impossible it will be for you to survive. أول حاجة في حاجات كتير. There are so many elements. كده let us just think about the river Nile. The crocodiles will get you. And then التيار برضو. You know, so many things. عشان كده احنا لازم يكون عندنا بلان. زي ما بقول لك لما انت تدخل في سفينه ولا مركب ولا اي حاجه، يكون عندك بلان so that when the ship sinks you are not going to die. You know, you reduce the probability of dying. So there will be things like لو ده steamer كبير بيكون فيه كانوس where you can land on it and you start canoeing yourself out or until you get help. And then some people also wear the vest, the life vests, and so on and so forth. And the least thing is just to be able to swim or to be able to keep your head above the water, as the saying goes. So as Equatorians, إحنا غرضنا هنا بس Equatoria، لأنه it's already a state that's not functioning. انت هتمشي تقبض يعني مثلا الليله لو لا سمح الله انت بقيت في كار اكسيدنت ولا في اكسيدنت في باخره ولا whatever، لو في عيال قتال وانت عندك 2 عيال حتجري تمسك عيال باقي الناس ده عشان تنجيهم، ولا تمسك حقك الاثنين ده وتطلع بهم. At least the probability that the three of you will survive is much higher than you go and grabbing everybody's child and thinking you are a hero. لو الليلة ده في 10 عيال تانيين تقوم تمسك تخلي حقك ده وتجري تمسك حق ناس تاني وتنجي، ولا حتنجي حقك؟ تخلي حقين ده لأبعاته وأمهاته ولناس تانيين. وربنا ذاته الليلة ده ما بيقول لك ليه انت ما نجيت الناس دي، لأنه you have got 2 hands only and you have got 2 eyes and you can grab at the most 2 people, and swim with them. You cannot be swimming with 10 people and think that you are Superman or Superwoman. So my advice to the Equatorians is خلوكم من الكلام الفارغ تتعاملوا فوقه. and احنا دايرين we are fighting for the whole of South Sudan. Let's be realistic. We don't have the resources. ما عندنا resources even to defend ourselves. And my sister Akolia has said something which also I have been repeating before, that when you board a plane, I am sure all of us here have boarded planes before. So when you board the plane, when they are telling you about the safety precautions, so that if there is any incidents in the plane, what you have to do is that when there is a loss of pressure what happens is that you will get the mask. The mask will fall down automatically. And they always advise you, put your own mask before helping anybody else, including your own children. Because if you don't help yourself, you will not be able to help your children. And this is something which everybody has got to think about when you are try and rescue yourself first, Equatorians. Instead of going, في Bahr al Ghazal هناك, these are our brothers and sisters. This is not the time for sentimentalities. This is not the time you say, ده أخوي ده أختي. لما أنت تكون قاعد تغرق في جو بحر، أنت بتفكر ده أخوي ده أختي, somebody who you are very distantly related with, ولا أنت بتفتش في عيالك. So let us stop being stupid. ونشوف نفسنا. We are targeted. We, the Equatorians, are the target of this criminal government. If you are the target, that means that you have got to double up your effort to protect yourself. وزي ما نحن قلنا أول امبارح لما اتكلمنا هنا إنه أي إنسان في الدنيا ده عنده حق إنه يدافع عن نفسه. لو أنت مشيت في أي محكمة في الدنيا ده, in any country in this world, لو أنت قتلت زول وسألوك قال لك أنت قتلت الزول ده ليه؟ لما أنت تقول الزول ده داري يقتلني عشان كده أنا قتلته, بتطلع ببراءة. You will walk out of court. ما في زول هيقول لك أي حاجة. And even in the Bible, وأنا متأكدة حتى في التوراة موجود. إحنا البايبل والتوراة they are side by side. We know it. في the laws of Moses في التوراة إنه the an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth means what? Means what? That you have got to defend yourself. As simple as that. زول يجي يقلع لك عينك, لك حق تقلع عين. وده مكتوب يهو في الإنجيل. If you look at the Old Testament, you will find it there. والزول يقلع لك سنك أو يكسر لك سنك، لك حق تمشي تكسر سنه. ربنا ما بيزعل منك ولا بيعاقبك. Then why are we becoming stupid and saying, yeah, it is okay, let us fight for peace? What peace are you fighting for? The only peace you will get is the peace you actually fight for. Peace cannot come by itself to you. زي ما بيزيلك زي مطر قاعد ينزل من السماء، لا. كل البلاد اللي حاسة فوق peace. Just look at the recent example I want to give you. Yugoslavia. Countries اللي اسمهم Yugoslavia, the whole region بتاع Yugoslavia, which has been broken into pieces now, and there is peace now. إيه رأيكم؟ You have got to fight for this peace. If somebody comes to your land, rapes your women, kills your children, take your possession, humiliate in your own land, then you have got to state that this is no longer my brother or sister, and let them stay away from me. I have got the right to keep myself away from them. They can call it hatred, it's up to them. They can call it whatever they want to call. For me, I call it peace. عشان كده الراجل والمرأة لما بيكونوا طوالي بيشاكلوا ويعني there is a risk of one killing the other one, الناس بتقول لا. الناس بتلم, the elders will come together and say these people have got to be separated for the sake of peace, for the sake of preservation of their life and the lives of their children, so that the children will not be traumatized. حاجات اللي بتحصل في جنوب السودان, everybody is traumatized because of the violence by those people who think that they have liberated the country. You cannot liberate a place and start destroying it. And there's no any indication that these people have liberated South Sudan. How did they liberate it? Just tell me how. When they went and took over, from Anyanya, because the SPLM war is just an extension. It's there in the books. It's just an extension of the Anyanya war, okay? It just took another dimension. And the leaders have changed hands. Bad leaders have come. And these are the SPLA, SPLM. They are the worst leaders. They have taken over and they have messed it up. The true liberals were those of Anyanya 1. And I am saying Anyanya 1, not simply just to make sure that you know that it's those of Lagu, etc., etc., etc. Because during their time, they respected women, they respected men as well. They respected, the international law. Although most of them are not as educated as the ones we have got. The ones we have got are educated criminals. They're using crime in everything they have been doing. The country now is devastated right from the beginning to the end. They themselves, they cannot even live in their own land because they have, they have rooted there, or they have planted the seed of hatred in their own villages. حسا Salva Kiir ده بيقدر يعيش هناك في بلده؟ ما بيقدر. بيتقتل. And are all of them, nearly all of them. أمسكوا مرت بلد وقال له لو أنت خطيت رجلك هنا يشيلوك إلى الجنازة. They told him that we do not want to see you here. لأنه خراب. The same goes for Salva Kiir. انتوا شفتوه بيمشي في إجازة في بلده هناك في أرض بتاعه، أرض جدوده ده هو بيمشي فيه، ما بيمشي. كان ماشي بيمشي لك أنا ما أعرفه كم protecting forces all around him to protect him from his own people. The same thing with the first vice president, Machar. Do you think Machar can live peacefully there in his own land? He will be killed in no time because of the bad things they are doing to people. So the only safe place that they can find is Equatoria. And in spite of that, they are abusing us in our own land. Do you think that these people, the peace in Equatoria, has just come because they are there? Equatoria was much more peaceful and much more better, before the SPLM war. It was so much better before they descended on us. It was so safe. Somebody was telling us this. I think it was Akulia. She was relating how it was so safe at any time of the day and night to be walking in Juba before this horrible, I don't know, curse. I will call them a curse. Before the horrible curse descended on us in 2011. Where I remember when I was in Juba, we would be walking about, kids will be going at all time of day and night even, and nobody will do anything to you. You are safe. But since they descended on us in Equatoria, now it's becoming a nightmare for everybody. The unknown gunmen, and which is actually the militia that Salva Kiir and his henchmen. They steal day and night. The police speak in one dialect. If you can't speak the dialect, they will know, and then they will start beating you or killing you, robbing you at knife point, at gunpoint. What sort of thing is that? So Equatorians, you better wake up. As I said, even a baby, when a baby finds himself or herself in danger, they will start running away. They will start doing something. So we are here not because we want to lament and to talk, just the whole night and the whole day, sambala sakit. No, we don't waste our time for nothing. We are coming here in order to tell you guys that we have got to have a plan. To have a plan in this failed state. And the plan is to get out of it. How do you get out of it? The first thing, as Dr. Hakim has said, people should get together. People should get together. We have been saying this. And one day, when, completely everybody's running riot in the streets, then you will remember what we have been saying. ما ممكن في الدنيا ده إنسان بس يقوم بدون plan. Every day when you get up from sleep in the morning, you have got a plan for the day. هتمشي وين؟ هتمشي الشغل، أول حاجة تستحمى، تنظم نفسك، تلبس كويس، تطلع برا، تمشي شغل ولا تمشي كنيسة ولا تمشي whatever you are planning to do, depending on the day, and then you provide for your family, you take your children to school if they are young, and so on and so forth. Even in your workplace, you have got plans for how you are conducting your work. So that is how people live. God has given us the intelligence to be able to plan our life. Now, if you see that you are in a sinking ship like South Sudan, what do? You just sit down and you think, oh my goodness, oh my God, oh, let us just pray, hallelujah, hallelujah, amen. Yes, you pray, but you will have to have a plan. And the first thing you do You cannot have a plan without money, without resources. You would be the most stupid person in this world if you think that things will be done for you by somebody, coming from heaven. No, you have got to do it yourself. If it's resources, you find your own resources and put it. If I put my resources, somebody else puts theirs, the neighbors, the relatives, everybody brings their resources together. You will do something. You will do something. Just like, if you are in a crash, or you are in a difficult spot, if it's 2 or 3 or 4 of you, it's better than you by yourself. And always, you win when you have got the numbers. You win in numbers. And as Dr. Hakim has mentioned, we in the diaspora, we are thousands of us. Many earn so much money. We in the diaspora, we are not poor, and we are many as Equatorians. Let us leave everything else and just think of wading out of this sinking ship. This is all what I can advise you. And, people will say, how? You have got to come together as Equatorians, not here in Clubhouse, of course. You have got to come together, put your heads together, and we have got very intelligent people who can think, people who can plan and devise. You don't have to look further. There are so many good people. It's just us, And one of the things I know that in the past year, some people have swindled money. Some people, dishonesty has been reigning, because this is now a feature in South Sudan, but not everybody is dishonest with money. Some people really genuinely want Equatoria to be free. And one of these people is EPA. EPA wants Equatoria to be free. And it's not because I belong to EPA, but I tell you, this is because we are the only organization that holds the name Equatoria. Everybody else is shying away from Equatoria. The Equatorians themselves, they have run away from that name. They don't want to hear it. Why? Because they have already been brainwashed and they have already been weakened. Because, for all their stupidity, those people who are in power, they have managed to make Equatorians feel inferior. They have managed to make Equatorians, they have put you in a position whereby you feel that if you are an Equatorian, you are helpless. If we were helpless, would we be talking like that now? We wouldn't. If I can talk, everybody in the diaspora as an Equatorian can talk even better than me. So, المشكلة هنا شو? What is the problem? القروش بتتلمى بعد مرات بتتسرق. But you continue on and on and on. لو القروش اتسرق الليلة بكرة you make a better plan. Devise a better plan. خطوا طبلات، خطوا صناديق. يعني الليلة these Equatorians, sometimes you will blame yourself. زول بس يجي يقول لكم لموا قروش، خلاص تلموا. ما بتسألوا زول ده القروش ده انت how are you going to manage this money? Who is going to keep that money? Who is going to sign for the money? Where is the money going to be stored? What is all the steps? If you devise a good step, انتوا عايشين هنا في دول الغرب. you know how these people manage their money. Some of you are even bankers. Some of you work in economics. Some of you work in security. So if you have got all this information, why don't you implement it? And I think why you don't want to implement it, because, wallahi, let us trust each other. No, it doesn't work like that. These are mistakes, cardinal mistakes, which people have done, and thousands of pounds have been lost because of that. يشيلوا قروش كله بس يلموا يكبوه في يد زول واحد. زول ده يقوم يطلع بهم، حتى كان لو كان ما مفكر انه يسرق حيسرق. يا اخي زول محتاج فجأة يلقى عنده thousands of pounds. الناس emotionally they start just throwing money. I have got this experience. You know, we have got experience. When a place is attacked, you see that your own people are dying. What do? You just take your life savings and you throw it somewhere. You go and defend. And this is how money have been lost. And then people will come, lamenting, oh my goodness, these people are thieves. They have stolen the money. We don't know what they have done with the money. It's because you don't have a plan. It's because of your naivety. And we have got all ourselves to blame for that. حاسة ده لو أن إحنا ماشيين نلم قروش to protect Equatoria، لازم يكون في steps. لازم يكون في steps of how this money is used. أول حاجة how the money is held, who holds the money, accountability يا جماعة, transparency. إحنا ما عندنا كلام زي ده. And then these people on the ground sometimes, what they do, they actually threaten us. وهو انتوا يعني تفتكروا ان احنا ماشيين نعمل شنو بقروشكم. And they eat it. على عينك يا تاجر. It happened. في ناس كتار قاعدين يقول يعني انتوا تفتكروا قروش اللي انتوا قاعدين ترسلوا لنا ده، يعني قروش ده احنا ماشيين نعمل بيه شنو؟ انتوا هناك في diaspora ده. You are people who always insult people. This is what they say. وحسا بانين لنا بيوت هناك كله في East Africa with swimming pools, with our money. And this is how we have failed. وانا هقوله في راس اي زول، ولو في زول هنا قاعد يقول انه كلامي ده كده خليه يجي، انا ممكن اقول حتى باسامي. حاجات ده احنا ما دايرينه تاني يحصل. And this is what has put a break on the progress of Equatoria. Because everybody is now fed up, everybody is disappointed because of our own failings. أنا لما أخذ 10 جنيه بتاعي، 10 جنيه ده أنا ما بلقاه في الواقع. 10 جنيه I have got to work for it. These people there in the ground, well, these people in Africa, they have got to know this, that we are not getting this money on the trees. We work day and night. We even take money from our own children's mouth to give it, not to them in order to buy houses or to build houses with, in order to defend them, to defend the land. Therefore, we have got to be also responsible. When you give somebody resources, you have got to make sure that you will put in all the, the security steps to secure that money, so that there is accountability, so that there is transparency. If you do that, then things will go right. I know it's not easy, but it can be done. So thank you for listening to me. I've talked too much as usual. يا جماعة أنا بدي فرصة لزول تاني برضو يتكلم. شكرا.
أنت مشكورة كثيرة دكتورة علمة الكلمات اللي قلتيها. صراحة المنطقة دايرة شغل كتير، ونحن تقريبا ماشيين في النهايات يعني، والدولة كلها خلاص ماشية ذاته في الصدود. نشوف what is gonna happen عشان الناس بس ترجع لوعيها واقليم الاقليم الاستوائي لهم شغل كتير انه يعني منتظرهم ان يشتغلوا. مشكورة كثيرة دكتورة. دكتور حكيم رجعت؟
Yes, James. يا جيمس، كيفك؟ ان شاء الله كويس.
تمام الحمد لله.
يا جدا يا أخي، كيف يعني؟ في نقطتين مهمات يعني ألما قالتها. قال شنو؟ قال الحرامي بيعمل في الظلام. لما طولع في وشه هناك بطارية ولا بيقوم لك بيقوم لك جاري، ولا بيقوم يضرب الجار. فالحكومة بتاعت الجنوب ده حرامي، ما عاوز يشتغل في العلن كويس، بيسرق. ولما انت قوم طولع له بطارية في وشه يقوم يهاجمك يضربك او يجري. انت كيف؟ ده يعني كلام صحيح، كلام في محله. فعلا يا هو الفوضى الحاصل في الجنوب ده زي الحكومة اللي في الظلام يعني، ده تعبير سليم وفي محله. بعدين النقطة الثانية برضه هو كلام بتاعت التبرعات والقروش وكده. احنا عددنا كبير فعلا في الاستوائية هنا في الخارج في الشتات. احنا كنا دائما بنضرب بالمثل، نضرب الكلام ده بالمثل، نقول يا اخي احنا لو كنا عددنا الكبير، احنا اكثر من 10,000 استوائي بأبسط تقدير، في استراليا براحة وفي كندا وفي يو اس اي وفي يوروب كويس. كان قلنا حتى لو كنا بس يعني تسألنا من كل هاد استوائي يقدم مساعدة بتاعت $10 في السنة الواحدة، فأجل في الشهر الواحد، وكان في مثلا عدد بهذا الكم يعني 3,000 استوائي ممكن يقدر يدخل $30,000 في الشهر الواحد، $10 انت بتديها بس في الشهر الواحد يعني، ما كل يوم. وفي ناس بيقدروا يقدموا أكتر من كده، ممكن يقدر يدفعوا $100 ولا كده، الناس الشغالة وكده، ناس بتقدر تعمل الكلام ده يعني. ممكن تدخل قروش كتير من تبرعات بتاعت استوائيين اللي بيحسوا بالقضية بتاعتهم، المشكلة بتاعتهم عاوزين يجلوا له حل. فحتى ندخل كونانو بس ندخل $30,000 في الشهر الواحد بس، وإذا كل شهر ده قروش كتير، ده بتكون قروش كتير. وبرضه بيعني ownership that we own our problems, we own the solutions to our problems that we're facing in the country. بنقدر نقوم بدبلوماسية فعالة. We can be able to mobilize entire communities في الدياسبورا بصورة more effective. وممكن برضه نعمل حاجات تانية يعني بنستثمر القروش ده في in good causes to promote the welfare of Equatoria in the diaspora itself. ده كانوا يعني إذا كان في حاجة اسمه plan. We like Alma said as well أنه إحنا عندنا اقتصاديين، عندنا اجتماعيين، عندنا كويس. But if we mean really to promote Equatoria's community, Equatoria society, بنقدر نعمل حاجات كتير جدا. حتى في برا هنا في المغرب يعني في الشتات بنقدر نعمل حاجات كتير جدا عشان نساعد المجتمع بتاعتنا. بنكون عندنا مراكز، حتى مراكز برا هنا في المناطق اللي بيتواجد فيه يعني تمركز بتاعت المجتمع الاستوائي. اخذ مثلا زي في استراليا، احيانا بتشوف بيعملوا هناك الرقصات الشعبيه، وبيقوموا ب احتفاء ببعض يعني مناسبات يعني certain activities certain ذكريات زي بتاعت 1955 وكده. بتلقوهم بيجوا بيرقصوا في الصالات، وممكن يقدر يمتلك عقاراتها. يعني قروش مثلا الكوميونتي ممكن تقدر تتبرع بها ده، بتقدر تعمل شنو؟ تستثمرها في عقارات في الخارج هنا يعني. اوكي. Like say for example you can go to Australia and you have Equatoria house. Equatoria house ده مثلا بيكون عنده، ده بيكون مجمع يعني مجمع بتاع you know مجمع بتاع كوميونتي، وفي نفس الوقت ممكن تقدر تكون عندك كونفرنس هول هناك. You can come with a business plan of how you want to use such a center which is owned by the community. مش كده؟ عشان يكون في دخل صادر من الهناية من الاسم شنو ده؟ عقار يعني المملوك بالاسم بتاعت الكوميونتي. وده الأجيال بتاعت استوائيين اللي بيكونوا مثلا في الخارج، because some of them will grow up there and they need to be connected with their people, they need to be connected with their history, with their country. مش كده؟ فما بالك انه الناس تكون عندها مثلا you know استثمارات بهذا الشكل يعني برا في الخارج. ده ممكن، لانه انت بتلقى انه في مجتمعات تانية هاجرت من دول معينة ومن دول تانية، ولكن عندهم وجود في الهنا ده كان في امريكا ولا كان في يوروب ولا كان في استراليا وما ادري. كويس. يعني بتكون في مجتمعات عندها كيان اتكونت خارج الوطن الاصلي. اخذ مثلا زي الناس الانديانز. كويس. انديانز وجود بتاعتهم في بريطانيا فور اكزامبل وفي امريكا وحتات تانية والدول الغربيه ده يعني وجود ملحوظ. you know their presence is significant and they are leveraging their capacity and numbers to have institutions which serve their community in the diaspora. لما يحصل مثلا زي وفاة ولا صعوبات وكده شنو المجتمع تكون عندها الرصيد، بتقدر يعني توظفه لحل بتاعت مشاكل بعض المصائب يعني المشاكل بتاع الاستوائيين مثلا بيواجهوها برا في الشتات يعني. كويس. الناس ممكن تقدر تقدم خدمه يعني للمجتمع، ما الحكايه ده اساسا لخدمه بتاعت المجتمع. مش كده؟ ده خدمه بتاعت المجتمع. والناس بعد ذلك ممكن تقدر عنه. انت شايف انه في الوست حسي هنا برضه ايجاب بتاعت الشغل صعب. كويس. بتكون في تحديات، لكن الناس ممكن تستثمر مع الحاجات اللي عندها، القروش اللي عندها وكده، توظفها في حاجات تعمل استثمارات، وحتى ممكن تقوم تعمل بزنسز يعني. ده كان قلنا انه الاستوائيين عندهم تفكير وعندهم خطط مستقبليه للمجتمع بتاعتهم وكده. كويس. ما بس ناس يجوا في الوسط هنا ويقعدوا كافراد وكده وما يكون عنده حراك او مثلا مبادره للصيانه بتاعت وجودهم ككيان في دول المهجر يعني او غربه. ده كله اذا كان في جديه الناس بتقدر تقوم بالحاجات دي كلها بالمشاريع دي. It is not impossible it's not an impossible feat. كويس. فاحنا من في الاول قولتك قلنا يا اخي اخوانا نطرح الفكره ده، نعمل تبرعات والناس تتبرع بس ب $10 يعني. ده عشان نمكن انفسنا ونمكن المشاريع اللي احنا عاوزين نقوم به. زي ما الما قالت، اي حاجه في الغرب هنا بيحتاج لقرش عشان تنفذ بعض البرامج. انت بتحتاج لدعم، بتحتاج دخلك ذاته بتاعتك بتاعت الشغل ده انت بتقوم تتبرع ببعض الشيء منه عشان تخدم المصالح ده. وده كله عمل جماعي، وكله عمل جماعي. I know أنه Equatorians they sometimes يعني they do a lot, they contribute, and maybe they have been taken advantage of, or people are not happy about lack of accountability وكده، وخلت الناس بقت ما عندها نية في أنها شنو تدعم you know good causes for struggle. فدي التحديات اللي احنا بنواجهها، لكن يعني بالتواصل فيما بيننا، واحنا نبقى ambassadors بتاعت مثلا الرسالة بتاعتنا لكل أطراف بتاعت الدنيا دي. كل ما يتواجد أي استوائي رسالة ممكن تصل، والناس ما you know most of them will not they will consider and look at it objectively. وفي النهاية بيقدروا يصلوا لخلاصة بتاعت أنه ده يعني عمل جدير بالحناية، يعني بالدعم كويس، ده شغل جدير بالدعم وأهدافه نبيلة، وإحنا ممكن حتى يعني نخاطر بعض الشيء. you know الناس ممكن يخاطروا يعني $10 يعني كان شايفه مرة أو شهر شهرين ثلاثة ولا even سنة ما جاب لك حاجة وما شفت أي تطور، ممكن تصل لخلاصة بتاعت أنه يا أخي أنا بكتفي بهذا القدر. قدمت $10 كل شهر لمدة 10 شهور ولا 12 شهر، و I'm not happy, I'm not satisfied by how this money is used, and you have every right to call for accountability وتسأل وتعرف انه you know قروش بتاعتك ده مشت لشنو، or at least there has to be a reasonable explanation. ومش كده بس تكون في وجودك ذاته ومشاركة بتاعتك في العمل ده عشان تقدر تتأكد انه فعلا we are using these resources for the right reason, for the right purpose. اوكي. وفي وسائل يعني هسه مثلا زي في الاي بي اي احنا عملنا ويب سايت، الويب سايت ده بيقدر يعمل كولكشن لل من دعم بتاعت افراد الانصار بتاعت الاي بي اي من اي منطقه في الوسط. كان انت في استراليا بتمشي في ويب سايت you can make a payment of $10. تمشي في امريكا، انت في كندا وين بتقدر تعمل you know payment بتاع $10. تمشي في USA you can go to the website of EPA وبتقدر تعمل شنو دعم بتاع $10. ده موجود. التكنولوجي التقنية الحاضرة بيحسب يسهل الامور ده. انت بتكون في اي محل اي منطقه ستيل بتقدر تعمل شنو، تقدر تدفع او تقدر تدعم $10 $20 بتقدر تعملها. والقروش ده اللي انت بتعمله ده انت بتلقى فيه الريسيت the date and time when you did your transaction بيكون موجود، وانت عندك نسخه بتاعت القروش اللي انت دفعته. النسخه ده بيكون ريسيت بالنسبه لك وهتكون قاعد لاطول فتره ممكن. بيكون انت عندك كوبي واحنا في الاي بي عندنا كوبي، والديتيلز بتكون مسجله. عملت دفع للساعه كم by the minute by the second it will have all of these details. طيب ما هنا عندنا امكانيه بتاعت انه احنا نقدر نجمع تبرعات from Australia, from Canada, from the US. So what is missing is the willingness to offer, to make this kind of support. وممكن يعني بنقدر نشكل جهاز اقتصادي to be accountable for this، والناس تكون معروفة يعني شفت كيف، وتكون في accountability for this every honest. يعني we have to operate like the modern world. We have to operate زي الانستتيوشنز الحسي شغاله في الويسترن وورلد هنا ده كله تعريفه وقريش ومعروف بيمشي كيف وكده، ده كلها معروف يعني. ما في زول بي you know you cannot you know يعني you cannot cheat the system, you cannot cheat transparency in the West, you can't. كويس. طيب احنا ما we are living in the West and we can do the same يعني، مش كده؟ لأسباب نبيلة وأهداف نبيلة احنا عاوزين you know to help support and move our community forward. ده كلها احنا عملنا لها نماذج and we have evidence to prove, we have evidence to show. وفوق ده كله احنا عندنا الاسبوعين هسه يعني ما شاء الله ملمين بالانترنت، ملمين بالتكنولوجي. واحنا عندنا العيال اللي يتربوا هنا يتولدوا في الوست هنا ده عندهم exposure to modern ways of going about these things. ما هنا ناخدهم we can give them the opportunity to manage، يديروا الحاجات دي كويس ويتعلموا ويصونوا وجود بتاعتهم في الوست هنا. ده ممكن، ده كله ممكن كويس. طيب why are we not thinking about those kind of issues؟ المفروض احنا نتكلم في القضايا ده و you know this is part of us getting organized. If you are not organized, how are you going to then to organize Equatoria? How are you going to have a government in Equatoria إذا كان ما عندك مؤسسات؟ ما عندك مؤسسات عشان تقدر تدير بها امور بتاعتك كتنظيم. خليك من دوله، من كان تنظيم انت ممكن تكون جاهز عشان تكامين ان ترن ذا ستيت، مش كده؟ الاخ نمر جبال قال شنو؟ انه الناس تضع حس الحكومه عشان لما يحصل فراغ you move in as a government in place، مش كده؟ ما ده الحكايه، ما دي بتحتاج مؤسسيه. احنا كان جادين عاوزين نكون عندنا دوله بمقومات بتاعت الدولة الحديثة وبكيانات بتاعتها وواجبات بتاعتها وكده. الحاجات دي كلها بتحتاج لشنو؟ تضافر بتاع الجهود بتاعتنا كلنا كاستوائيين. احنا نتضافر كلنا، نتضافر to realize this. فدي النقطتين اللي انا كنت عاوز اعقب عليها كمداخلة. برضه في شيء تاني كانت أكوليا قالت وإحنا عاوزين نرجع عليه باختصار شديد، اللي هو حتى أنت قضية بتاعت failing to another plan to have a plan as a backup. ده حاجة أصله مهمة. إحنا عندنا أساسا حتى في الحياة there's a backup. أنت عندك two eyes مش كده؟ if one eye is not operational كويس، حصل له عطل ولا حصل له whatever, you still have another eye مش كده؟ you fail over to the other eye and that is your plan B مش كده؟ ربنا ادانا عيون يعني two eyes so that if one falters the other one will still be there كويس. لكن كان اداك واحد عين والعين ده كلها بقت اتبطل وما قادر يشوف، ما خلاص انت ما هتشوف، هتكون عميان بعدك مش كده؟ فده من سنة بتاعت الحياة انه احنا نكون عندنا شنو؟ بلان A and بلان B. بلان A يكون بخصوصيات بتاعته وكده، بلان B برضه تكون عنده اهداف بتاعته. فدي تفكير علمي يعني تفكير موضوعي. If we approach problem solving in this way بالذات يعني حتى من الخبرة بتاعت الشغل في الويسترن وول هنا you don't want to be disrupted. You must have a plan B always. You must have a plan B to do things differently if plan A doesn't work. You come up with options, option 1, option 2, option 3 ways. And you see what's the better, most optimal option in the circumstances. لكن انت ما بتتخلى عن الخيارات الثانيه دي. الخيارات الثانيه بتكون موجوده، انت بتلجا لها في حاله الضروره. اذا كان الخيار الاول فشل ما قدر يعمل حاجه، او لظروف ما plan A didn't work, you should be able to fall over to plan B. كويس؟ يعني هو بيسموه fail over. The fail over from A to B. فدي يعني scenarios which are objective، موضوعية يعني they are very objective. So those are the three themes that I could discern from what Alma said, what Akulia said, and we want to extend this to all of us as Equatorians. We should continue this dialogue and share knowledge among ourselves, and maybe we can then start to convince each other that it's need an agency for us to work together. وده الموتو بتاعتنا في الاي بي اي. يعني شوف احنا بنشوف الايكواتوريا كنيشن as a one nation. احنا عملنا مثلا زي هو الاجهزه الاعلاميه. مثلا هو عملنا مبادره بتاعت Equatorial Broadcasting Corporation. It is like the British Broadcasting Corporation. البي بي سي اللي انتم عارفينه في العالم ده. البريتش Broadcasting Corporation ده جهاز اعلامي عام للشعب البريطاني، وبيعمل لمصلحه بتاعت الشعب البريطاني. كويس؟ مصلحه بتاعت المواطن، لانه المواطن يكون عنده علم. والدور بتاعت البي بي سي is to provide content, information, entertainment, and all of this to create also a space for freedom of expression, for journalistic investigations. الحاجات دي كلها لانه هي في المقدمه في الخدمه بتاعت شنو؟ خدمه بتاعت النيشن اللي هو القوميه بتاعت البريتن. كويس؟ It is serving the whole of the nation. So we try to follow the same model. عشان كده حسيت لما تشوف احنا عندنا اي بي سي Equatorial Broadcasting Corporation almost يعني اقتبسنا الفكره من البي بي سي. كويس؟ شكله ذاته once look like BBC. like لما تشوف الاسود والابيض والاحمر. كويس؟ EBC Equatorial Broadcasting Corporation is a public broadcaster, the model of a public broadcaster. شفت كيف؟ لانه استوائيه is a nation, is one people, and we're connecting to that people, connecting Equatorians as a nation. ده الفكرة. انه you can يعني we have to be visible as Equatoria. We have to be heard through EBC for Equatorians, and so on and so forth. فدي is a projection of our identity as Equatoria بأسلوب حديث يعني, and that's why we thought about having Equatorial Broadcasting Corporation in the first place. وده بيجيبنا للمرحلة الثانية اللي هو احنا يعني بقينا كنا بنشوف انه طبعا ما قادرين نلقى دخل ودعم من افراد بتاعت المجتمع بتاعتنا. برضه يهو جينا طرحنا فكرة بتاعت فنايل تي شيرتس بتاع إيكواتوريا. كويس؟ مثلا تقدر تحط EBC فيها and it will connect with Equatorians. وشفنا الحكايه دي ناجحه يعني هسه قريب ده جيمس ممكن يكلمكم. وزعنا تي شيرتس في كندا، وزعنا تي شيرتس في امريكا، وحتى اليوم امبارح ونهارده نسيكم ماشيين للكونفرنس بتاعت اسكا في كانساس the United States of America، وشالوا معاهم نسخ بتاعت التي شيرتس ده. and actually people like it. Equatorians like it because they have not seen it before. ما شافوه قبل كده، ما شافوا حاجه بهذا الشكل قبل كده. they are buying it. They like it. They like, so it's a good idea that انه احنا نكون عندنا t-shirts Equatorian t-shirts, and these t-shirts actually tell a story. كويس؟ التيشيرتس ده بيقدم شنو؟ بيقدم سردية واضحة which will connect Equatorians together because they see that, oh, this is Equatoria thing. The first second بيعجبهم اللوجوس مثلا وكده, which means that there is a connection between them and Equatoria, مش كده؟ ودي هيجيب إحساس جديد, إحساس تاني على مستوى مختلف كله. انت كيف؟ People will start to connect. You know, this is from us. This is Equatoria, you know. لما تلبس لك التيشيرت ده and it says Equatorial Broadcasting Corporation, what does that mean? ما ده بيعني شنو? What does it mean? It means Equatoria is a nation. مش كده؟ وهكذا. So these are the dimensions الأبعاد اللي احنا عاوزين نمشي فيه. يعني معقول نعمل الكلام ده كله كده بس عايز يعني you know للتسلية. We're not doing this because احنا عايزين نعمل تسلية. في هدف أكبر من الكلام ده. في هدف جاد ونبيل بالنسبة لنا كلنا كاستوائيين. كويس؟ عشان كده احنا still want to reach all Equatorians. Sooner or later we'll reach all Equatorians. والتيشيرز بيقدم رسالة, والرسالة إن شاء الله تصل. أينما حلت التيشيرتس, أينما حلت أيدي بتاعت استوائي, هيكون في كونكشن. هيعرف انه ده حاجه استوائيه, وبعدك هيتساءل ده جاي من وين وليه وكده, مش كده؟ This is the missing link. ده missing link between us and Equatorians. We want to connect ourselves together عشان احنا نتعاطى مع القضايا اللي بتهمنا كاستوائيه. و I think I'll stop here, James. I'll give you back the mic. عشان بعد ذاك ممكن كان في اي اخر كلمه من اي حد ولا كده, او من نمر وكده, عشان بعد ذاك نعمل ختام للحجره, وان شاء الله هنتواصل ثاني. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا لك دكتور حكيم داري. بعض التوضيحات بخصوص الترتيبات المفروض انه الاخوه الايكواتوريين يقوموا بها ان شاء الله, مؤكد انه هيقوموا بها ان شاء الله. تفضل اخونا رفينو.
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, you're welcome.
Sorry, earlier on my network was not working well, so I couldn't come in. So thank you very much for welcoming me and the other people who are in attendance. So I've been listening to what you have said, and it's all a great thing. So first of all, I would like to thank all of you, those of you who have been existing in this, you have been in existence in this ever since this inception. So I have been following and listening to your talk, and those talks are really very, very, very big talk, and they are not very simple thing. So I put you as the leaders of the Equatorian people, you know. So you are there, you are keeping up, you know, your job as a community head. But what I see here is that, you know, our Equatorian, I would say we have two Equatorians. The Equatorian in Western world, and then Equatorian on the ground. But you, about I count you're about 5. Those of you who really keep us not listening, and at the same time living at home. That we have lived. So the two of us, the ground Equatorian and the Western world Equatorian. So I would say I don't really give blame I'd say some of us, probably those of us who are in the West, we don't feel what our brothers on the ground are feeling. Because sometimes when we come here, we could just go to some places, we find ourselves, freedom of moving from one place to another. It's just sometimes simple job we are doing, and we feel happy. We don't even see what's going on the ground. It's like, that's the government. It's not our government. No, it's not my government. I would just say that because I think it's what most of us in the West say. Why I say this? Because we left you guys alone. We left you alone. Being on Equatorial Broadcasting, being on EPA, doing all these things, doing all the lecture, people do listen. But, people say, oh, I'm going to my work, I'm doing my thing. I have my house in West, why? Or in another country. I don't even care about it. So, simple thing I say. And those on the ground, they say they are helpless. So they have no power because they are subjugated, by the system. They can't even say, have a voice. And sometimes it's true. When you reflect and see it, it's true. They have no power to do anything, even to say anything, even to demonstrate. So, but the power is, according to me, is just from you guys. The five of you who are doing here is you're powerful. And I am sure, even on the ground, they're reflecting. And some of the life saved is just because of your voices. So that's what I say. The two Equatorian, the one on the ground, maybe can be convinced. We can be convincing them to really give them what they can make them move around. And with our talk, with our policies, and we are telling them, so they will utilize it very well if we are supporting it. But if we don't have that, there's nothing that is going to happen. No? So five of you will just keep talking here, talking, and the rest of us who are just happy in the West, so we'll just make you, like fail. We're just failing you guys. So I would say that. So this has been a while, and this has been the strong voices from beginning up to now. And the rest of the masses of Equatoria in West, they just lay back. It's not because they see the pain there. They don't see the pain there. They see it, but they feel happy because some of them almost have their family maybe in a West or somewhere. They're not affected by the situation. And they don't have that, heart of saying, this is my Equatorial people, this is my land that needs to be protected. So if, in short, I would say, if we were all like you, so we will remove a mountain in Equatoria. So we have what we call, there was a word that they say, I talked earlier when I was listening to Equatoria plus greater before. So after now, I still linger in my mind. What does that mean? Equatorial plus, Equatorial plus greater people. What does that mean? So if we add these two together, what will they do? So maybe in a powerhouse, in election, maybe thing will go up, do some policies. Maybe we'll remove something. We'll bring something. So maybe that's my interpretation. And then we come to what they call people are being neglected, and people are being killed, they are forced to die, and they have no protection. They have no defense. They are just there waiting to die. So most of you, those of you who are talking this, you see, but the rest, they see it and they don't have action. So I would say in short, these are very, very brilliant ideas. Very brilliant ideas, but you need only what's needed is a force. A force in a sense, not militarily, a force in what is called finance. So maybe we have finances. If our brothers and sisters in the West all listen to you, and put it down as a good policy that can save Equatoria, then we will not even lament, we will not even cry of anything. So in short term, we will have the freedom. And then those of us with the voices here would be always constantly looking and watching into them and reporting what they affect. So it is just very simple and easy thing to do. But the thing is the money. Money matters. The number of members in this group matters. So all this will just move everything. We'll just have, we can even, take that route that we say, Equatoria, forces, what they call self-defense, self-protection. People in the villages, because we still have no government, let people defend themselves, let people stay in their own areas, and because even now people stay in their own areas. The government even not reaching everybody. There are people who die like usual, like or even like stunning. People still live the same way. So the government that we are talking here, really when you say there's no government, there's no government. Because like now, it's simple thing like hunger, killing people in our people. Now it's the government of visual agent that we are talking about, the reaching of this. So, but if we were here, like Equatorian coming together and put ourselves together, things will happen. Our brothers who are not convinced back home on the ground already convinced. So I think I will just stop here. This is what the ideas of that, and I am thankful for your great ideas and your resilience in this group. I'm very thankful for those of you who keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rafino, for your contribution. We really appreciate it. For sure, the Equatorian in diaspora has a lot to all our people on the ground. So, in Nihaya, working together is good. Of course, it's going to give a good result. ده شيء معروف. مشكور للرسالة بتاعتك مستر رافينو. العمل الجماعي مهم. الناس من جات في هجرة هنا في دياسفرا أكيد لأنه هنا في فرص متاحة ولحكمة ربنا وجاب الناس هنا. الناس اللي اشتغل الشغل تنظيمي together بعيد عن أي حاجة تانية. الناس الجوا هناك والبرة لما يشتغلوا together النتيجة بتكون كويسة، ونحن كلنا محتاجين لبعض. ومؤكد الناس in the ground هم يقول important، لكن برضه لأنه هناك حياتهم شوية كده أصعب، مش التيم اوف ماني لا، عشان برضه الأمن هناك ما مريحهم، لكن إن شاء الله everything is gonna be good. Thank you very much. مرحبا بك أخوي أستاذ إدوار واني، اتفضل. لك التحية أخوي.
شكرا لك أخي دمولاوي يا من الترحيب، خالص التحية لك من أجل التوبيك بتاعت اليوم ومن أجل منبر اليوم. غبت عن كثيرة، لكن اليوم أنا سعيد ما نكون موجود في الوسط اليوم. أشكرك سيد مديرة الدكتور حكيم وكل المديرات مارغريت زنداوية دونغولاوي روفينو وكل الرفاق والمستمعين من قبل المتحدثين.
إدوار صوتك انقطع. إدوار قاعد تسمعنا؟
Maybe network.
يا تسيما عنده مشكلة مع النتورك. أستاذ إدوارد كده أطلع وتاني تعال راجع باك. أستاذ إدوارد أستاذ إدوارد
تخيل ما قاعد اسمعك ذاته.
يا تفضل ما قاعد اسمعنا. Yeah, Dr. Margaret, you can go ahead until he came.
Okay, thank you. So Brother Edward, when your network stabilizes, just blink and I will yield the mic to you. Okay, he's back. Edward, go ahead.
Yes.
والله ما سمعنا حاجة منك يا ادوارد. الصوت كان ما في، الصوت مختفي.
Okay, I'll continue. Edward, when you're back, please blink and then I will yield the mic to you. I want to thank everybody again. It's getting really late. Rufino, thank you for coming. I know your network was a bit unstable. I'm so glad that you were able to come and contribute towards this conversation. And Edward Wani, we look forward to your contribution. I also want to thank Dongolawi again, and Sandawia and Akim for this contribution to this conversation. That's going to be ongoing. And it's going to be on YouTube, so it's a record that people can go to anytime. Thank you, Rufino, for appreciating EPA and us. We're just doing our best to keep hope alive and to really just to show Equatorians that it's not over until it's over. And we have to keep running. It's like a race. Zandawia talked about Anyanya 1, Anyanya 2, and then the SPLA came and usurped, grabbed the baton and messed up. They messed up. So let Edward speak and then I'll come back later. Edward Wani, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. You're hearing me well right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes. كويس انه كل افكارنا كاستوائيه احنا بنشيل قضيه هو قضيه الاستوائيه من المظالم منذ استغلال السودان عام 1956 أو قبل ميلاد السودان منذ استعمار الإنجليز وليومنا هذا إيكاتوريا ما لقى أي استقرار أمني أو تنمية أو صحة أو المدارس أو تعليم بصفة عامة لأنه كانت كل السياسيين كانت موجودة في السودان هم كان يعني بيستخدم أرض الاستوائية هي أرض المعارك للأهداف أخرى لمصالح الخاصة اللي بهم أغراض سياسية بالنسبة لكل سياسي لأنه بالمناسبة استوائية تم اكتشافه من قبل الإنجليز إنه وهو من المجتمع القوية أو مجتمع المتحضر، المجتمع إذا ترك له مساحة ممكن أن يسيطر على حكم البلاد عامة أو على حكم السودان عامة. فبالتالي كل الأحزاب السياسية كانت أفكارهم التحطم استوائية من التقدم من كل النواحي الإنسانية أو السياسية في داخل الوطن. لم يتم تأهيلهم في داخل البلاد أو في وسط الأحزاب السياسية أو في داخل الحكومة بصفة عامة. حتى خروج الإنجليز من السودان واستغلال السودان عام 1956 ما زال نفس التخطيط مستمرة استوائية أرض المعارك. كل الصناعات والمفاهيم السياسية كان بتتم في داخل الأراضي الاستوائية، لأنه هم عارفين إنه الاستوائية إذا أدوهم مجال يمكن هم يستولى على جنوب كاملة في النواحي السياسية والثقافية والحكم داخل البلاد، وحتى يمكن يسيطر شمالا على السودان عامة. فكل السياسيين توجه أفكارهم إلى استوائية إنه ليس لهم مجال للانطلاق، وإلا أما يتم تحطم وضيق في كل المجالات. فحتى خروج النضال الاستوائي في عام 1955 بداية النضال هو كانت الرجل الموجود في داخل أراضي الشمالية وتخرج من الجامعة الخرطوم هو الذي تفكر بالتمرد الجنوبية بصفة عامة، لكن هو من قصده كانت استوائية. بس كانت الاستوائيين ما استفادوا في الفترات الاستعمارية. ليه أنا أقول كده؟ لأنه حتى منذ الاستعمار يعني كان في الضيق بالنسبة للاستوائيين، ما بخلوهم إنه هم يفكروا في مجتمع أو يفكروا في تحضير أو في سياساتهم للحكم البلاد. تم ضيقهم، فما كان في ظهور واضح للسياسيين اللي كانوا موجودين.
بس
الناس اللي كانوا موجودين في فترات
بس كنت عاوز سوري للمداخلة، بس كنت عاوز عشان الوقت بقى ضيق شوية هنا، بس كنا عاوزين نركز على استوائية دوره هسي شنو. احنا عايشين في الدولة الفاشلة دي بيسموه الفيلد ستيت، واحنا عاوزين نركز للمستقبل بتاعت الاستوائية. What do we do now that we have a failed state, that the country is coming to a crossroads؟ فاحنا كنا عاوزين رؤيتك للمستقبل بتاعت الاستوائية شنو، والرسالة بتاعتك للاستوائية. شكرا.
شكرا دكتور حكيم. ليه أنا أديت المرجع دي؟ أنا عايز أدي ميموريال للاستوائيين ككل عشان نتذكر من تاريخ الإنجليز ولحد يومنا هذا القضايا الاستوائية اللي بهم الاستوائية وهم ما كانوا مركزين عليها. فعشان كده أنا رجعتها من ورا، لكن كويس إنك أنت حددت المحور الأساسي. كويس. الحاجة اللي يمكن أنا بتكلم فيها أو رؤية الواضح على إنه بخلينا إحنا نكون عندنا مخرج لحلول واضح لقضايا أو قضية الاستوائية. الأول أنا كثير مرة بتكلم عن مؤتمر الجامعة. المؤتمر الجامعي ده أهم خطوة لأنه بيلم كل أبناء الاستوائية، وبعد كده بنطلب الأجندات وبنناقش وبنتفاخر فيها. بعد كده بيكون عندنا مخرج واضح لقضية بتاعت الاستوائية، إنه كيفية انطلاق أو خارطة النجاح للحلول الواضح، أو كيف نحن نحرر استوائية من عبودية الاستعمارية. ما بيكون إلا بمؤتمر جامعي. أنا أكرر وثم أكرر في كل لحظة، لأنه ما في حاجة اللي بخلينا عشان نجمع أفكارنا إلا مؤتمر جامعي، لأنه مؤتمر جامعي بيخلينا نخرج من الأجندات المفيدة اللي إنه تهم كل شعب، وبعد كده إنه إحنا نقدر نعرف يعني القادات السياسية الموجودة في داخل الاستوائية أهميتهم شنو في قضية الاستوائية. الرسالة الأخيرة بالنسبة للاستوائيين إنه نحن لازم نتماسك ككتلة واحد تحت أمبريلا واحد. يعني إحنا لازم نوحد صفوفنا، سواء كان قبلية أو سواء كان سياسيا أو سواء كان اجتماعيا وثقافيا. لازم أن إحنا نوحد صفوفنا عشان إحنا كيف نقدر نصل لحلول الواضح لخارطة القضايا البهم استوائية ككل. شكرا دكتور حكيم. أنا بجيب هنا. تحياتي لكم جميعا وكل المستمعين من قبل المتحدثين. أشكركم جميعا. شكرا.
شكرا كثير أستاذ إدورواني للإضافة الجميلة، سرد موفق. شكرا كثير. appreciate it. Thank you. فضلي دكتورة ماجريت.
Thank you, Edward Wani, again for your interjection. Thank you, James and Hakim Rufino. I know Zandawiya probably it's really late where you are, and so I'm glad that you contributed to the long conversation that you had. So I was just in the middle of saying, you know, there's a history behind what has been going on in that territory called South Sudan. I refuse to call it a country because it's not a state. It's just a territory, like Zandawiya said. You know, so really, like Anyanya 1 was an army, was very organized, very disciplined. And they didn't just destroy. They didn't just go after anyone to destroy. You know, and then Anyanya 2 attempted, you know, to pick up from where Anyanya 1 left, because they were disgruntled with the 1972 Addis Ababa Accord. But then they got interrupted by the SPLM, who pretended, they deceived people. They pretended that they were liberators, but they were really not. And the reason why people were not aware of their criminal activities was because social media was still low key. So the behaviors, the way they're behaving right now is really who they are. It is who they were in the bush. They lied and duped people, especially Equatorians. They lied to Equatorians. They lied that, you know, they were trying to liberate the whole of Southern Sudan at the time. And of course, Equatorians were very, very apprehensive. They didn't really want to join because they knew what it was. And then later on, they became duped. You know, they were tricked into believing that it was a war of liberation.
So Alma Sandawia talked before about how when you're a liberator, you don't destroy. So really, I think they're misusing that concept of liberation. When you liberate people, you actually lift them up. You don't bring them down. You don't destroy. So the reason why whatever is happening in that territory called South Sudan right now is just an extension of what happened in the bushes of Southern Sudan at the time. The criminality, and that those criminals, I just call them a criminal cartel. And I said earlier that I wrote an article about a criminal cartel. And I think some of them were laughing when I was writing that article, when I put it out in the public domain over 10 years ago. They were laughing and they thought I was joking. I meant every single word. I was calling them a criminal cartel. They were a criminal cartel in the bush. When they started that so-called war of liberation, they were a criminal cartel when they were destroying, and there's a lot of stories of destruction, victims. They are victims in the bushes. I think many of us have family members who became victims. Some of them died, being victims. Others, were wounded. And we talk about Equatoria not coming out. I mean, the devastation of Equatorians, like the abuse, the violence that was meted towards Equatorians in the bushes. They haven't even talked about it. A few people only come forward with it. Many of them are completely destroyed. And there's a reason why Equatorians are not speaking up, because they are traumatized. But they need hope. They need people that are going to be able to speak on their behalf. People that are going to keep the light alive. People that are going to show the way out of a very, very dark history. So I just actually equate Equatoria, since we're talking about specifically talking about Equatoria, and earlier on I said, all the other regions can emulate the example of Equatoria too if they want. If they don't want it, they can do their own thing as well. But Equatoria is like the mythological phoenix. It's never really destroyed completely. It keeps regenerating itself and coming back again, over and over again. And that's what Equatoria is going to be like. It was the first bullet, war of liberation was shot in Equatoria. It was last month. We celebrated the anniversary, of the Torit mutiny. That was the first Sudanese war, and there's a reason why that war occurred. And then the second war was waged by a so-called liberation movement, but it was not. It was just a gang of criminals. And you can quote me. This is not something that I actually say, like I say it out loud. This is not something that I say in hiding. Everybody knows my stance about the fact that the second so-called liberation war was waged by criminals. And we've had debates with people who don't agree with me. And I respect their point of view, agree to disagree. So for me, there will always be criminals, a criminal cartel who lied to the people of that land that they were an extension of Anyanya one, but they were not. Because of their actions, at the time there was no social media, but the victims, some of them have started coming forward to tell the stories, the horrible stories of abuse. When you're a liberator, you do not do that. You don't abuse the people that you're trying to liberate, so-called. And then the audacity of the criminals to continue to say that they liberated people. They did not liberate anyone. All they wanted to do was to continue their criminality
now it's a so-called government. So the way forward now is really just to basically believe that it's possible to rise above all this destruction, like the phoenix. We can rise all above it, and Equatoria will not be destroyed. Equatoria has existed for centuries. It will not be destroyed. It looks like, it's going to be destroyed right now, but it won't. Even though, the theater of destruction is now in Equatoria, there will come a time when it will end. So you really, like, there's an end to everything. The day before yesterday, I talked about how there's always an end. And in my other segments, I talked about how there's going to be an explosion. So going forward, the way forward, be prepared. Be prepared. It's like the motto, of the Girl Guides and Boy Scouts. I used to be a Girl Guide. So always have to be prepared. And so you can borrow from that motto, be prepared, because that place is going to explode, and you have to have an exit. And Equatoria come together. I know most people are completely traumatized, but the day before yesterday, I say everybody brings something to the table. You contribute, even if it's indirectly or directly. There's no such thing as too small. And that is the model that we use at EPA. Everyone is valued equally. It's a flat structure. It's not a hierarchy. You appreciate hierarchy, especially in the family. But right now we're building. And when you're building something, everyone is valued. When you're building blocks, like bringing a brick, laying a brick, putting it down, and it's so it's collective, the collective effort that involves everyone, and that's what we're going to do now, regardless of what you think should happen in that land. You need to clean your house, you need to guard your house, you need to secure it, and that is Equatoria. Because the theater of destruction is now Equatoria, because it's the capital in Equatoria.
Your voice is fading. Your voice is fading.
I don't know why, but yeah, maybe the network, is that better? Is that much better?
Yeah.
Is it better?
Yeah, you're good right now.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so basically what I'm saying is, I talked earlier, and Zandawea also validated it, about how when you're flying and something happens in the plane, you are instructed to put on your mask so that you are able to help other people. Because you see, if you run out of oxygen, you're as good as useless. You cannot help anybody else. And that's the model of EPA. And that's the reason why we're focusing on Equatoria, because people are brutalized. And so we just have to focus on Equatoria, and then once Equatoria is strong enough, we can then extend a hand to other nations if they want. But if they don't, if they also have their own plans, that's good. But what is not acceptable is the destruction of Equatoria. That is not negotiable. Even though it looks like we've accepted defeat, we have not. The time will come when we will make a move. Okay, so earlier on, I talked about a protection force. I talked about self-defense. I talked about equipping yourself, buying a gun even. If I lived there right now, I would buy a gun and warn people. I would put a sign and say, no trespassing. You cross that line, you're dead. And you'll be justified. If you're the first person to kill somebody who is trying to kill you, you're justified. It's not a crime. So I think that land called South Sudan is at a crossroads now.
There needs to be an exit plan. There needs to be an emergency plan, even though people don't seem to think that it's necessary, because they're behaving like the proverbial ostrich. They're in total denial, and some of it has to do with the trauma that they've been subjected to during the 21 years of violence by thugs and criminals called SPLA. Some of it has to do with that. So my message to Equatorians is just do your best to survive, do your best to be safe. Times are really difficult, so that, you know, when the explosion occurs, you have a plan. Don't just, you know, live life like, you know, something is not going to happen. The example that I used earlier was Sudan, okay? Like, people there did not even see it coming. They were caught unawares. Don't be caught unawares. The explosion of that so-called South Sudan state is going to be worse than Sudan. That's why you need to be prepared. Even though you don't speak out, you know, for different reasons. We're well aware of the fact that you can't even talk. You're not allowed to talk, because that state is ruled by thugs and criminals, and they're walking about with their armed to the teeth. So there's no space for democracy, no space for free speech, no space for security of the person. You know, so that's why you need to look after yourself. You need to be the one that you're responsible for everything now, because there's no state. There's no state to provide that service. There's no infrastructure. It's just a bunch of criminals that are looting a dead South Sudan. You know, so going forward, that's really the most immediate thing you have to do, is to plan, have an emergency plan, an exit plan, and we are going to be emphasizing that, so that when the explosion occurs, you are equipped to be able to leave the explosion and go to safety. And the people that are destroying Equatoria, this is a notice to you, to the people that are destroying Equatoria. It's not going to last, and disaster is going to strike you. You won't even see it coming. So do not. And the day before yesterday, I did tell people, don't mistreat Equatorians, because when the explosion occurs, you're going to need to run into the bushes of Equatoria. Okay? Guess who is going to save you? Okay, so you really need to be careful. You cannot be destructive and expect. Not everybody will be forgiving. Not everybody is going to forgive the violence that you're meeting when it explodes. When the status quo explodes and you have to run for your life into the bushes of Equatoria. You know, so the best thing to do is to have dialogue. Come up with a plan and you know, suggest a way forward, and let us have a dialogue. Because if that does not happen, we'll just wait for the explosion and then act. You know, but really that's not the preference, because when something disintegrates, you just don't know how it's going to happen, and you don't know how many loose, you know, pieces and hard pieces are going to fall and where. So that's why it's really important. That's what EPA is trying to do, is to really just have a space for dialogue, for debate, to facilitate a way forward. That's based on understanding, on, you know, suggestions and feedback, and you can ask us. You can, you know, ask us questions. You know, like I said, EPA is not going anywhere. It looks like we're not doing anything, but we honestly are. And so I just want to give Equatorians hope. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't never, ever, ever give up. This time will come. Everything comes to an end. This is just a very destructive phase. Make sure you're safe. Just focus on safety. And you don't even have to be politically involved. You don't have to speak out. You just focus on being safe. we will do the talking for you, and you let us know what you want conveyed. Even if you don't agree with us, even if we don't agree with you, we can agree to disagree. We will promise to convey what you want. You can just reach us discreetly, even it doesn't have to be publicly, and we will convey your message. So I just want to thank everybody for coming, and the ones who are going to be listening to this message. We are here, and keep hope alive. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Dr. Margaret Akulia. We really appreciate it. كلمات في محلها. يا جماعة البلد لما تكون ماشية في الحالة بتاع disintegration بيحتاج لبلان. الناس اللي بيجي يسمعوا التسجيل ده فيما بعد يركزوا للحتة بتاعت قالتها الدكتورة مارغريت أكوليا، لأنه يوم يحصل شيء وأنت تكون ما عندك خطة مسبقة عشان تواجه المشكلة الحاصلة قدامك it's gonna be very hard عشان تطلع من الموقع انت ما عندك يد فيه. حالة سقوط الدولة ده ما في كاتوري انه عنده يد فوق. الحكومة ده هم هو عايزين يعيشوا في الحالة دي عشان يحققوا الهيدن اجندة حقاتهم. فنحن شوية كده هذا الإكواتوريان نتعظ من الأخطاء التاريخية الزمان من زمن كاكورا. الحياة دي على فكرة من 72 مربوطة مع بعض مرورا بالكاكورا، وحتى بعد نيفاشا ذاته في حاجات حصلت في النص هنا like taking decision in behalf of others. ده واحد منهم take the other take decision في القضايا الكروشال اللي هو القضايا المصيرية دي دائما بتخطط في حركة سياسي، وبالذات في بلد زي حقنا ساوث السودان ده ما دولة أصلا، دي ما دولة. نحن محتاجين لعمل صراحة ومؤكد EPA Equatorial People Alliance في خدمة شعب الاستوائية، والحياة السياسية اللي اشتغلت في الاستوائية حتشتغل في باقي ساوث السودان بالضرورة. يعني ما ده له خلاف، وممكن ناس تشيل النموذج بتاع إيبا وطبقوه في المحلات الثانية في ساوث السودان ذات واي نوت. يعني ما في النهاية هي فكرة إنسانية. شكرا كثير دكتورة مارغريت. نحن ماشيين في النهاية تقريبا دكتور حكيم على ما يبدو. أستاذ رافينيو can you have last remark in 2 minutes عشان خلاص الغرفة ماشية تنقفل وحنمشي بعده لأستاذ إدوارد برضه. last remark 2 minutes دقيقتين. بعد ذاك الدكتورة مارغريت أكوليا وبعد ذاك الدكتور حكيم تملين الحلقة. تفضل رافينيو يا welcome. The mic is yours.
Thank you, James. I really thank you guys for continuing with this. And I call you the pillars of Equatoria. So know that you have done something. You have done something for our people. What you have been saying, I'm sure it reflected back on the ground. So this is what I really would say to you, because you have to know that you are not wasting your time. You have really spent your time well on this EPA group. It is the group that is really we will be leaning on. So far, so good. But then let it be continuing. Let it spread its wings. Bring our willing Equatorian into the group. So because by talking negative things that affect us on the ground, we are helping. We are bringing stability to them, and that will be our pride. So this is what I would just say. Thank you very much.
Edward, you go ahead and make your last remarks.
إدوارد قول كلامك الأخير في دقيقتين لأنه نحن خلاص على المشارف. يا تفضل.
نعم شكرا دونغلا دكتور ماجريت، دكتور حكيم داريو، رفاينو. شكرا لكل تحليلاتكم الواضحة للقضية إيكواتوريا. صحيح إحنا بجد كده محتاجين أن نعمل بحث تماما في قضايا بتاعت إيكواتوريا أو مرجع تماما إذا كانت هنالك أخطاء لم نصححها عشان نمر بها، وإحنا كيف نقدر نطلع بمخرج واضح لأنه يكون حل النهائي للقضية بتاعت إيكواتوريا، إنه كيف إيكواتوريا تكون حر من النزاعات، تكون حر من الاستعمار المتواصلة منذ تأسيس إيكواتوريا. لأنه ليه أنا بقول أن إسرائيل صحيح فعلا منذ تأسيسها لحد يومنا هذا ما أخذت راحة عشان تقدر تبني نفسها بنفسها، لأنه هي كانت أرض المعارك، أرض النضالات للمفاهيم السياسية الأخرى. فهسه نحن المطلوب مننا، احنا عارفين بأنه كل الأحزاب بالأفكار مختلفة، لكن بتهدف لهدف واحد، لأنه كيف تتم تحرير إيكواتوريا من عبودية الاستعمارية واستقرارها واستقرار الشعب الاستوائي. عشان احنا نوصل للحل زي ما أنا قبل اتكلمت، الأفكار دي بتطلع وبعد كده بنتجمع وبعد كده بنطلع بالخارطة واضحة إنه كيف يتم تنفيذه، والحمد لله تنفيذه موجود، لكن بس ماشي بصورة بطيئة جدا. ليه؟ لأنه في بعض من القيادات الاستوائية ما بيهمهم قضية الاستوائية، لأنه هم ضد الاستوائية. يعني أنت بتهم إلا نفسك، لكن ما بيهمك أرضك الوطن. ده الأرض اللي يخلي نحن دائما ما قادرين نصل للخريطة واضحة، لأنه في عدم التوافق السياسي والفكري للانطلاق. لأنه يعني كثير من القيادات بفكر التفكير الصح وبقابل المعارضة من بعض الاستوائيين بطريقة غير مؤسس وغير فكري، يعني عشوائية، لأنه هو عايز يدافع عن الحقوق بتاعه كشخص وليس حقوق كاستوائي. فده الحاجات دائما قادر رجعنا وبخلينا إحنا ما قادرين نسعى وما قادرين نصل للحلول واضح للاستوائية، للقضية الاستوائية. لكن الآن مروق بتاعت الأحزاب الموجودة حاليا ده قاعد تدي دافع تماما لأنه قضية الاستوائية ماشي للحلول وماشي للنجاح، لأنه الصورة اللي إحنا ماشيين بها ده صورة المطلوبة من قبل القيادات السابقة، لأنه إذا كان أصل في اهتمام ما كانت السواقية لسه في المرحلة اللي احنا فيها. مع إنه ذكر واحد من النشر والولاية إنه في أخطاء مرت في كل القضايا، حتى في النفاجة أنت ذكرت صح دنقلاي، في أخطاء من القيادات الاستوائية. يعني هما بيعرفوا القضايا الواضحة من بدل إنه يطرحوها في داخل الاتفاقية عشان يكون إضافة واضحة لحق الاستوائية، فهم صمتوا من غير أي أطروحات، وحتى ما تم توقيع الاتفاقية أو السلام الشامل بين الحركة الشعبية وحكومة الإنقاذ في الخرطوم. السياسيين بتاعنا هم السبب في دفن القضايا الاستوائية، وخلى إنه قضايا الاستوائية لم تضاف في الاتفاقية، لأنه كل الاتفاقية كانت واضح، كان شامل كل قضايا الجنوب، لكن إلا استوائيين ما كانوا ظاهرين باهتمام ذات الوطن، وإما هم تم تحطم الاستوائية بطريقة غير واضحة. الأخطاء اللي حصل أنا بنوصف اختيار بتاعت العاصمة جوبا كانت خطأ، واحد من الأخطاء اللي حصل في داخل الاتفاقية، مع إنه القياداتنا الاستوائية هم كانوا عارفين إنه 83 كان في حاجة بيقولوها كوكورا. بعد الكوكورا ده طوال تم انطلاق بتاعت الحركة الشعبية إلى الغابة، بمعنى في طار موجود. انت كيف تاني تقبل على انه جوبا تكون عاصمة للجنوب، مع انه انت عارف انه في قضايا مدفونة. فالسبب انا بحمل كل السياسيين اللي كانوا موجودين في ذاك النضال بتاع الحركة الشعبية، هم أخطأوا في الحتة دي، لأنه هم السبب فيما يجري الآن في داخل أراضي الاستوائية، ولا حتى الآن هم ما قادرين يتم حلول. وأنا قبل كده اتكلمت إنه حلول بتاعت العاصمة دي له 3 طرق واضحة يمكن يتم فيها نقل العاصمة من داخل الجوبا إلى مغارها على حسب الاتفاق. واحد، بنرجع للشهود الوقعوا على الاتفاقية السلام الشامل، هم الأطراف، نرجع لهم كسياسيين أو قيادات أو قادة الاستوائيين اللي كانوا موجودين في الاتفاقية، يقدم مشورة على أنه يتم مراجعة العاصمة فوريا، يتم حل، لأنه كان تم اختيار رمشل ورمشل لم يتم تحقيقها. بعد كده في خيار الثاني إنه يتم دورية، يعني العاصمة تتنقل إلى 3 أقاليم بالدورية. يعني حسا في الاستوائية تمت 13 سنة ولا حسا 14 سنة في الاستوائية، مفترض يتم نقلها لواحد من الأقاليم ال3 بالاتفاقية، يا إما العاصمة تتنقل إلى مقارها على حسب الاتفاقية. لكن حتى الآن ما في أي قيادات بتاعت الاستوائية خدت الأهمية في حتة بتاعت العاصمة موجود في داخل الاستوائية بطريقة غير شرعية، لأن شرعياتها انتهت مع 2011 تماما. يبقى إنه العاصمة ما بكون جوبا تاني، العاصمة معناته تتنقل. لكن للأسف الشديد لأنه عدم الاهتمام بقضايا الوطن أو قضايا الاستوائية، لأنه الاستوائية عايش في داخل المظالم، وسببه اللي هو قياداتنا السياسيين، وهم ما عندهم اهتمام بالقضايا الاستوائية، اهتمامهم في قضاياتهم الشخصية فقط. وبعد كده انت بتلقى هم بيكونوا قاعدين في مجموعات متفرغة، وبيكونوا في شكل محاربين يطعن في بعضهم البعض، وده ما إفادة، وده ما هيقدمنا، وده ما هيدينا نجاح، وده ما هتخلينا نحن نصل الأهداف بتاعنا كقيادات الاستوائية أو سياسيين الاستوائيين، للهدف إنه كيف يتم تحرير الاستوائية من عبودية الاستعمار المتواصلة. ل200 انه الاستوائيه تعيش في الاستعمار المتواصله، ل200 استوائيه تكون مغار للفوضى وللنضالات وللحركات الغير له حق وجود داخل الأراضي الاستوائية. ليه كل النضالات تبني في داخل الأراضي الاستوائية؟ ما تبني في في أي أقاليم أخرى. يبقى إنه الطوف عند القيادات السياسيين بتاعت الاستوائية هو فتح مجال دي للفوضى عشان يخلي إنه كل السياسيين الجنوبية تجي تبني سياساتهم السالبة في داخل الأراضي الاستوائية، وتكون الاستوائية هي مقر للفوضى وتنفيذ الأغراض على حسب عقودهم في العبد في اللعبة السياسية في خروج النتيجة. يبقى إنه لازم القيادات الاستوائية وكل الأحزاب الاستوائية رجاء لازم نخوض قضية الاستوائية من أهم القضية في المقام الأولى في كل حين، لأنه إحنا نلقى مخرج أساسي للخروج من المأزق اللي إحنا نعيشوها حاليا. شكرا كثير رفاقي. أنا بجي هنا بإضافة أخيرا أو بسيطة. أشكركم جميعا.
مشكور كثير أستاذ إدوار واني. Thank you very much أستاذ رفينو for your remark. مشكور كثير. مرحبا بأختنا أستاذة honorable سابينة الآن الدقائق الأخيرة ما في مشكلة. تفضل honorable سابينة، تفضلي.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
Everyone, EPA family and all the listeners. I was listening all through, just doing everything that I was busy. And then I just got very interesting points. As we are concluding, came up with a very strong point touching my heart. So I thought this was talking now. فأنا مبسوط جدا لأنه كلمات الرجال الأخير يعني حاجات تماما دائما ما قاعدين يقولوا يعني. I always say this, that the CPA has failed to talk about the system of government and how the government is going to be managed, because Sudan as a whole was managed under the regional system, both the north and the south. And that should have been the system of the day as we come in with the CPA. Wouldn't have been in this problem today. And you have put it rightly that our people did not bring this up, because that's the last chance. If you don't bring it up, when will you bring it? And there was the issue of the EDF, Equatorial Defense Force, which they have tried to crush it, because they know if Equatoria have a force of their own, they would not be able to temper with. So the same guarantee that the South was to have its own army to protect themselves against the North, this was the same way Equatoria should have protected itself from South Sudan. Okay? Because this was a planned thing. It was planned, properly planned, that Equatoria should not have a power, Equatoria should not have a say. And that is what made government to plan to take all the Equatorial soldiers from Equatoria and take them to Bahr al Ghazal and to Upper Nile. Up to today, they didn't come back. You know, they are dying now. They are all dying. We have lost a loss of manpower. They fought for 21 years. After 21 years, they were taken to Bahr al Ghazal and Upper Nile since 2005, 2006. Up to today, no transfer, no nothing. I can witness to you, my own brother came there with mental health because even his mother died, my stepbrother, his mother died, he was not given a holiday to come, not given leave. But after he became now mentally ill, they brought him, they sent him back. Of our people died. This is a big case that we should raise. And nobody's talking about it. If we want to talk about the peace talks, this is what we should say, the root causes. But these root causes of those of Pagana whom they are singing, which root causes? There's nothing they brought on the table to be a root causes. This is the root causes of problems itself. We must address this. If we don't go back to the system of regional governance and autonomy from every region, there will be no peace in South Sudan. It will never be. And at the end, it will dismantle itself the way Sister Kolia was saying. It will dismantle itself alone one day. Because there's nothing that doesn't happen at the end. We've seen emperors, we have seen revolutions rise and fall. It will rise and fall again in South Sudan. So we better correct ourselves. Last time someone mentioned during the EPA dialogue, okay? Equatoria dialogue, there was someone who mentioned a very important point that we are very peaceful for Equatoria. We will never revenge to the people of South Sudan, the Upper Nileans and the Bahr al Ghazal. Whatever they have done in our territory, we will tell them, go in peace. Go. Just go. Give us our region. We'll have our regions, we'll go. And nobody should revenge for them because that's not our nature. Don't call things like the mafia who are revenging even after 100 years. And we have seen how revenge is happening in other regions, but it's not in Equatoria. So those are the things we need to talk about. If there is a real peace, those are things we need to talk from the root so that we can finish everything and then we move forward. We don't want to solve this problem. It will brew until one day it will explode. It will explode suddenly without a plan. It will just blow up because even God spoke. The pharaohs have tortured the Israelites for a long time until God have to intervene in person that let my people go. The Israelites were let to go. They say, I will crush, I will destroy your kingship, your kingdom, and your generation will never have that kingdom. And the pharaohs collapsed. So those are things that have happened in history, and we need to talk about it. We don't put this on the table. The Equatorians take the bravery, say, this is what we want. This is the only thing that can take us forward. This is the only thing that can make us to be brothers and sisters in this territory called South Sudan. Without which, there's no peace, there's no brotherhood, there's no sisterhood, there's no country. You cannot just go on a peace talk every year, 2013, 2015, 2018, or 19. We don't talk about governance. Governance is the real problem. It's the number one to be talked about, not just the other things. I want to say that we have all noticed this week that is ending, how Uganda is encroaching seriously in South Sudan, and how Kenya is encroaching. Is it a coincidence? Or is it a plan? It's a plan. It's very clear it's a plan. Because these territories, this border of Kenya and Uganda are Equatorial territories. So that's now the war has taken a different turn. They want to push Uganda to destroy us and take our land and Kenya at the same time. How can they do it in the same way? Kenya is encroaching seriously, as people inform us from here. And Uganda is encroaching. The same policy why Khartoum did that, to hell with the territory of South Sudan because it was South Sudan. Now the same thing the Jiang are doing because this is Equatorial territory. Let Uganda take it. Let Kenya take it. Let Ethiopia. But Ethiopia is the only one that we didn't have problem with them. They are convinced with the 1941 map which was marked by the British. But the rest, they are encroaching. So what? Reduce the size of the land of Equatoria. This is a new policy. If we are not serious, one day we'll discover that the land was sold by the government. You wait 30 years, always information will come out, isn't it? This information will one day come out clearly that South Sudan sold land to Uganda and sold land to Kenya. You people will one day remember my words. It is not happening. How can a country, other countries approach your country and you keep quiet? You don't say anything because Uganda have their soldiers in South Sudan. If they have their soldiers, have they exchanged land with soldiers? Let's calculate this very well. Equatoria is given away. It will one day appear. It will be by the very system that gave it. It is not those people getting up to come by themselves. It will come to light one day. أنا عايز أفسر كلمات دي تاني بعربي. أي زول اللي برا هناك أي إيكواتوريان الليلة اللي ما بعرف إنجليزي كده أسمع. أنا عايز أتكلم قبل زمان. اتفاقيات عملوه. اتفاقية السلام بالذات 2005 ده. واحد يتكلم مين فعلا الناس تاني أخطأ. إيكواتوريانز كان بوقف بريشون الزمن ده. Because if they stood, no peace would have been signed. It could have diverted everything until negotiation will be renegotiated. Tani bonusu kalamade kan tani bezidi. Nas kan bonusu clearly open. Nas rafi. SPLM rafi gaba. Bele de kan gam sugu fi talanta regions. Equatoria fi apanal Bahr al Ghazal. Many numeri aleno. Ya de kararta numeri fi evidence. Many numeri aleno. Bel zaman de kullu hatta fi SPLM nak na shagalin be 3 regions. They know ki dakhalu jua ma peace na dakhalu bidan bidun 3 regions. والسودان لحد يوم الليله يشتغل بالريجنز because there were 9 regions, 6 for Sudan, for North Sudan, 3 for South Sudan. Those are the regions of Sudan. Sudan is working with the regions up to today. That's why there's still Darfur, there's Kordofan, there's Nuba Mountain, Blue Nile, there is Alpha Shamalia. Ours have been abrogated intentionally عشان عارفين انه قوة إنها بكون في regions. لأنه regions شغال لحد يوم ما دعوا CPA. هم مساو indirectly ما في زول جيبوا كبار. ناس يستمروا ونس وناس دجوا مفروض ناس بونس عشان كده جبران قال ده مشاكل الأدلة اللي بدأ من جذور من roots. الناس جونس قال في كلام roots root causes تساو السودان مشاكل تساو السودان الليلة ده مشاكل ده. مش root causes الناس بقى بيتكلم بكاس مشاكل root causes بدون ما بيدو ذات root causes ده شنو. Have they even mentioned one? Yes, we want to solve problem from root causes but without saying what are the root causes. They are root causes. They are مشاكل اللي نديروا كده نحل. أتكلم لناس South Sudan. أبا نايل ما بار الغزال. كده support كلام تا. نيجي peace كده جا في South Sudan. كده كل وقت كلام تا regions. كده نرجع back ل regions. وإنا دنا في Equatoria. إنا ما عنده مشاكل. إنا ما عنده فتن. إنا ما قاموا الفتن. الجيجين 100 سنة كده دفعوا على العيال. إنا ما عنده. إنا بأفي حاجات الناس بار الغزال. ولا كان أبا نايل عمل. إنا بأفي. نعرف كتير تو البطال دي أو ماجين كده نبقى أفهمون ما في مشكلة بس كل زول كده راه بنقبل تتو أصلا إنك عندك كده قال حكومة كده let's take the government كده شيلوا حكومة لمواطن بيت الطريقة كأننا كل ده رجع جدلوا في جوبا وإننا كسبوا villages إننا فادنا منيا بقى بن villages it is out of context if you want to build the country build it from the bottom up or from the grassroots from the villages so that people don't run to urban areas. We don't create urbanization. Everybody is going to Juba. It's all much of Juba. There are no opportunities. Guiding masakin mind them. Mahal bukuru yufogo. Asakir reta abani ngi Congo sorara wara hakuma. Masara sakin mo mabakir kuru jili alto mon. Yaume here nashara shahar mafi. Kanu kan keni fi county za tofi vile tabuto. Mo bakir kuru jo into masara. Wada to maba ashor kan kuru jefe ole mafi. Las to birabi kidam. Belet kaman baabinu. Kana sa ina kulu jere jelli mo fi Juba. Munia babenu belede walta kan babenu mo village tagi ja kala so fi Dubai wada za tamaindi tama bish hayani siyasi aizo medina al-kabir city al-kabir de kan tamaindi shugul nasiyef fi city ita ma bagter ke lakin kan ta geni fi county tak wala fi state tak wala fi village tak ayata ke bokon aktan nalta bokon lena ke lesa go kalam ta kadena geni fi hakuma markaziyya centralized government. The only solution حل الوحيد لمشكلة الجنوب ده ياو كدينا رجع لولايات كل زول رجع في ولايته رابن ولايتك حكومة ذاته بكون كويس هنا بيساعدوا بعدين because أبنايل ما بارغزال لهم نعرف كويس معلش بارغزال لكن أبنايل شجرة زي ده ساكت ما في كسف تقطع الشبه ما في البابلومو أجا ده كل ده بيشيل من إيكواتوريا أنتم قاموا لنا بطال زي دي جنب بسيلة جت هنا جدا وسينا بيتعاون هنا بالشارع الفيه لكن تقنا مولينا إنه بقى يا ما أقنا كيس تمينا قالنا يا وقديس كلام ده ما بيجي جماعة بلد ما بقى بنزل كده إيه تقنا عارف الرسالة كل ده عندهم مارم تاكل تيجي أنقولوا من توبا سكابوري هذا كافينو كورسونو كل كان أنقولوا من توبا Bahr al Ghazal ما عنده ولا جبل. جبل سكر ناس جبل ملالو ده جات ما جبل. ده دقة ساكت علينا كلمة جات ساكت مرتفع سكر. كل ده خديرو كرسانة من جوبا. أبناء كل ده كيس وسنج وأي حاجة أجي كسب من جوبا. كرسانة من جوبا. طب أعمل زول تاني ناكل من دين تو كمان طب أعمل بتاع. أصلا ذهب يا رجال هنا غابات عندي أي حاجة. ليه كان بعمل بارون بتاع. بلد ده سلا جنگل ده كان قال فوق flat. We can create to build. This is my theory. I'm thinking we can build and create a foundation to be very high, and then put the stairs, and the house will be high up. What is this theory that there is flat? Let people move. Since when have we moved? Flat have always been there for thousands of years. We didn't move. We just go to the higher ground. When it subsides, it's only a matter of days. We go back. But to move intentionally to occupy other people's places and never return, that's not acceptable. This thing will explode one day. I'm saying this is an advice for us to correct this South Sudan. Why do anybody want to leave a bad legacy? If I'm in leadership, I want to leave a good legacy about myself. But this type of behavior now, who will want to remember all these people who are messing the country in the future? Nobody. Even in the money, they will be scrubbed off. Because why do we remember someone who has done something bad? The only way for us to move forward is to correct this. Let's go back to the region. Let's have a decentralized system. We all have our autonomies. We have a rotational presidency. We have a rotational city. Or create 3 cities. Why rotate? We can have 3 cities. We can have 6 cities, 7 cities, according to what we decide. But because people want to decide and apportion some of themselves, to themselves, bigger portions, more counties, every village that we have never heard about in history have become now counties in some places. Many hours in Equatoria is being reduced. If we are having 10 states with every region, let's go by 10 states. We are having 5, 6 in every region to have the same, let's have it the same. There's no point. Some people have more, some people have less. We have difficult terrains and areas that people have not been accessed up to today. Some people have never come to town. They don't know what town is, what government is. They live in a stone age. When are we going to reach? In and us, then boy Solomon Midian al guiding Lumata Billet and mind I had a muffin, the God of muffin development, but the rest are sorry. That is not mine, Arabia, Wahidium, Arabia, mine. When I need their Kakul, Guru School, South. The Billet, then they had a dahab. Dahab got for all this. Uturab de kaman dahab al kutub atayna de robona ya kutu de kaman takon yajibu liberation. No ya jama kene ma behave zele aja de ma bodina fi mahal لحد يوم الليله 30 تا Equatoria كده نوصل لهم كلام الكبير كي كلام قال Equatoria ما participate عارف تا 55 بعد في Equatoria لا دي خلاص في Equatoria. Even this SPLA war, it stayed in Equatoria until it finished. Did you one day hear في حرب وصل في Bahr al Ghazal? Apart from Nathal can move because of famine, hunger just did with Bahr al Ghazal until people died. But the whole war started and finished in Equatoria. The food of Equatoria was the one eaten. Up to today, the chiefs have paid all the cows for slaughtering it for the army, for the big people. Up to today, chiefs say that they still have debts. Money to Junta, Agoro, and Kulu, okay, Daba Lesbele. This is to Monasa, I want to get a visit to Monsaket to say thank you. Magarata, the Master of Dabade, I just tell the Matagama later, the Mafi. Now, there are many pieces that Jack one mine of villages, they one mine of Bilal. Nasal can't get support Monday. Example, Yadak Chukudum was the headquarters of the SPLM for years, almost 2 decades. Have any of them visited that place? They can't even remember that there is something called like that. People are suffering. They have suffered more than all the years the war even Mavizol Tabantani. Akil, our people can cultivate, they give every 6 months, every household have to give food for the SPLA. This was Equatorial food. Someone tell me today that nobody participated? That's a joke. You stayed in our homes, you did everything, you took our girls on top of it, our children took them.
Is this the way to bring the country? Correct this behavior. Because it will explode, as it was said. One day, if it will explode, people will not know you anymore. There will be no more forgiveness. But it's better now, renegotiate, we forgive ourselves, we move forward. That's the only way we can go. We don't, then it's up to you. People will one day just rise because anyway, they are dying with hunger now anyway. They would prefer, you better just die once and people will come to them and destroy and all come out in one day. It will blow like the time Nimeri went and left the country. It will be like that one day. So I will end here. Let us insist on the regions and let's insist on the system of governance, not going for peace talks and talking about positions, who takes what, who gets what, who gets what. No, it is about the system of governance. That whoever would parties who are there, they have to come in and share then whatever which will be decided there. But you cannot allocate people with the names. The Yom de Kursi Galeta vice president, one seat must go to former detainees. Then it's very clear it is being given to Rebecca Nyanden. It is just a design thing. It comes with a specific name of someone. Now say Paul Malone have to go back to the army. This same Paul Malone who was taking money with a broad line from the central bank to go back to the same position. It's not good. They have to go to other positions. The peace has to be made and then negotiation for position will come later after the peace is agreed. Then people decide how much is going to be there, then people decide. But we don't start with positions. This system that we are putting a very bad precedent in the whole world to show a wrong example. 5 vice presidents. What is all this about? So I will end here. But Equatoria, كده ما فكرت عن ما عمل حاجة في بلدي. تغنموا أكثر من أي زول، أكثر من أي زول. منو اللي عنده أهل تو موت. Just let's count. Let's start to document our people, Ejama, who died in the SPLM, so that people tell us that nobody died. I have thousands and thousands of cousins and uncles and aunties and everybody. Just to mention one, my sister Regina Morris, who graduated and took her life to that, and until today she didn't see this peace. If she didn't go there, she would have been alive today. And someone tell you that nobody died, some people want to come and enjoy the peace. Should everybody go? Some people remain, some people go. We all have families there. We have our family represented. How many did we lose from 2013, 2016 alone? Leave alone the SPLA time. And someone tell you that you didn't fight. What fight? So people died. Let me tell you, there was someone who was a big man in the army. I went here, I was going to visit my mom. I was going to look for my mom because we were separated because of war. We were already in the car, going, traveling. From there, a relative of theirs came, a girl from their tribe came. We were just told to get down straight away. That lady was put in the car, and then they just drove away and left us there in Lokiliri. This tribalism that people are building. Some of us have this type of hatred. People will not have put their feet in Equatoria. So let's forget about all this and let us open a new page before it's too late. And let those people who are in position, let them ask for forgiveness. So people forgive them before they go. Because when you leave this world with all this problem in your life, it's a curse for your families and all your children. Whatever money people are looting, it will turn into a curse. Even if nobody say anything, it will come along. It's all written in the Bible. You do something bad, it will come to until 4 generations of your family will be followed by that curse. So you are calling a curse for yourself. Everybody is hungry. People are dying with hunger. They open their eyes. They don't talk like this. They just look at you by their eyes. Something will happen to you. So I will end here. Equatorians, please gather your courage. Be the Equatorians that we used to be. Be strong and speak your minds. Don't go mute. Don't go silent. Speak at least and contribute money. Support your people. Educate your children in the refugee camp because nobody gives them anything. Why are we having parties and money? What is money? Everybody should get $100 at least every month to support the cause of our people. Give them education. Let them study in the refugee camp there. We pay teachers to teach them. We do other humanitarian things that are beneficial than parties every year, and we don't give anything to our people. So are you people, those are the people who are remaining here. They don't go home. If you have a home in Equatoria, you want to go back home, you will not say, oh, I don't want politics. What is politics? Politics is the daily life. Don't talk about your rights. Who is going to talk about it? Politics. Politics ده حياة اليومية حاجة القاصر ما يتا كم بيتك يعني بهوشتو جنبيتا إنت باسكت قطع نص أرض تك شيلو إنت باسكت سنة في أمريكا يعني will you keep quiet ولا كواجاتي ما تبي يروح قدام تبارك كيس تك تو كنا ما سوى ملنا كمان تو ما جري قوم تكون فوق ونص تكون وبعد أي حاجة ما كربوا بطال شديد شكرا شديد يا جماعة good night and thank you for listening.
يا شكرا كثير honorable سابينا. اتمنى للاخوان المستمعين بعدين او الناس اللي قاعدين معنا هنا في الروم يرسلوا رساله لقدام للاخوه والاخوات، والناس اللي بيجي يسمعوا التسجيل في مع بعض برضه يعملوا لها شير وبرضه يوصلوا الرساله لقدام، لانه دي امانه وعمل تضامني together. في بعض الأخوان some people are asking is this room recorded? Yeah, it is recorded. Yeah, هتتنزل برضه في اليوتيوب. يا دائما نحن ننزل الحاجات دي، وإذا ما في اليوتيوب بتكون موجودة هنا في الويب سايت يعني. don't worry. مشكورة كثيرة أختنا سابينا. الرسائل واضحة يا جماعة، شيلوها بالذات لما تكون الحاجات مرتبطة بمصير الناس. Thank you very much. نشكر كل الحضور، الناس اللي كانوا هنا يتكلموا مرقوا، أخونا أستاذ رافينا، أستاذ إدوار، هنربل رابينا، دكتورة علمة، دكتورة ماجرت أكوليا، أخوص الدكتور حكيم دارو رئيس تحالف الشعب الإكواتوري، وكل الناس اللي اتكلموا هنا من أنا كنت معافي، والأخوان اللي قاعدين هنا والأخوات برضه نشكرهم إنه قاعدين من قبل، والناس اللي كانوا قاعدين هنا ومرقوا برضه نفس الشيء الدم، والناس اللي بيجي يسمع فيه مع بعض برضه نشكرهم برضه. دكتورة كوليا، the floor is yours. تفضلي. Margaret.
Yes, thank you. Shukran, James. So these are my last, my closing, concluding remarks. I've spoken quite a bit. I encourage people to listen to this message. Yes, it's recorded and it's going to be on YouTube. It's a permanent record for people to listen to anytime they have time to listen. So my concluding remarks are that we are running a race. All of you are aware of athletics. When you're running a race, it's like a tag team. You have a baton. The ancestors have been running this race, and they've been passing the baton to the next generations. So along the way, the SPLA derailed it. They derailed it, and I'm not afraid to tell them that they derailed the race. That's the reason why that territory called South Sudan is a mess right now, and we have to come back to the race. We have to regroup, and this is what we're doing at EPA, focusing on Equatoria. And so we have that baton, and we at some point we're going to be passing this baton to the next generation, and that's the reason why we at EPA are working really, really hard to clean up the mess that has been left that has been created by the SPLA. We are trying to clean this mess so that the next generation can have an easy time, an easy run. So that's what we're doing here now, and we are not dropping this baton. We will not. EPA has existed for 4 years for a reason, and we're not going anywhere. We're part of history, and we're going to make this history. We are going to walk until the end. We're going to run this race until we win. Even though sometimes some people think it's not going to happen, but it will. EPA has a group of people that are very determined, they've run races elsewhere. They just don't flaunt it. And that's the reason why we've survived all this time. So we are going to go ahead and do what we set out to do 4 years ago. to rescue Equatoria, to be a model and to be a light and to encourage Equatorians and to, you know, and like I'm saying it again, if anybody wants to emulate this model, they're welcome to it. You know, but we are going to continue this model until we win the race. So I want to thank every one of you who has been here for all this time, and every one of you who is going to be listening to this message later on, and every one of you who has been a cheerleader for us, every one of you who is participating, even if you're doing it indirectly and not directly, that's okay. Everyone brings something to this table of EPA, and we hope to be a model for the other regions. And we really hope that that territory called South Sudan does not disintegrate in such a way that more victims are created. And that's the reason why we at EPA are trying to we're trying to facilitate a transition that's a bit more orderly, so that people have control over what happens. But when the country blows up and disintegrates, like what has happened in Sudan right now, you have no control, you see. You have absolutely no control. And the best thing you can do right now is just to be safe and to plan for the eventualities, because that place is going to explode. You know, the things that are happening right there are not tenable. They will be the reason why the country is going to blow up and disintegrate. Whether people like it or not, you know, the preference is an orderly transition. EPA prefers an orderly transition. And Honorable Sabina talked about the three regions or variations of that. Because it has happened, it has worked before, it can work now, and it's for building trust. Because right now there's absolutely no trust in that territory called South Sudan. People don't trust each other. And you cannot be in the same place with someone you do not trust. Trust is very, very fragile. It's like a piece of glass. You see, once it shatters, it's actually impossible to win it back. It will be by miracle that you win it back. So the trust has completely been shattered in that land called South Sudan right now. So it has to be rebuilt, and it's possible to rebuild it, but there needs to be dialogue, and there needs to be, people need to stop destroying Equatoria. You have to stop destroying Equatoria, because that's where the theater of destruction is right now. Now Equatoria has the right to defend itself, the right to arm itself for self-defense, like I said before. And it's not for going out there and mowing people down, it's just for defending yourself, so that if someone intrudes, you know, you have the right to be the one that shoots them before they shoot you. And that is allowed. Like you cannot be found a criminal guilty of committing a crime if you're defending yourself against someone who's trying to kill you. So I think that's what needs to happen now, and we are going to continue this conversation. This is just to mark the anniversary, but we're going to have more conversations like this, and they're going to be recorded and they'll be on YouTube, so that people have the opportunity to listen in when they have the time. And so this is going to be our program going forward, and we're going to invite people to town halls to give us feedback and have input and tell us, you know, what should happen in that land called South Sudan right now, because whatever is happening there right now, it's not going to last. It will end, but we prefer that it ends in an orderly manner instead of chaotically, where people are re-victimized. I think people have been victimized for so long. We're really trying to prevent re-victimization, but it might be out of our control. So I want to thank everybody again. It's really late, you know, around the world. And I appreciate you sticking around, and we'll see you again next time. Thank you. Shukran, James, for you.
Yeah, shukran katir, Dr. Margaret Akulia. Thank you very much, Dr. Margaret, for a great message. الأخوان رسالة الدكتورة مارغريت أقولها واضحة وصريحة. أتمنى إنه تعملوا لها شيرنج الحلقة حتتنزل في اليوتيوب وحتكون موجودة في وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي إن شاء الله. Thank you very much دكتور ماجرت. الدكتور حكيم داريو كالعادة رئيس تحالف الشعب الإكواتوري أختم لنا الحلقة. تفضل دكتور.
شكرا جيمس. عاوز أشكر كل الحضور وكل الإخوة والأخوات اللي اتكلموا هنا في المنصة. إحنا مشكورين شديد. وده طبعا كان يعني وقفة معانا، وقفة بتاع تضامن. كلنا وقفنا سوا نتضامن بالكلمات وبالأفعال، ونتضامن بالرؤية برضو اللي احنا بنشترك فيه، وما في يعني تضارب في انه احنا عاوزين كلنا بنتمنى الخير للاستوائية، ونتمنى الخير للشعب بتاعتنا. ودي الذكرى الرابعة ده إنجاز انه احنا مضينا في هذا الطريق يعني، وبذلنا النفيس. في النهاية احنا عاوزين نوصل رسالة واضحة للشعب بتاعتنا في الاستوائية، وكل الشعب بتاعتنا في الشتات برضه، انه احنا بس ما بينقصنا الا شنو، الا الافعال. احنا عاوزين يعني نزيد من كم بتاعت الافعال بتاعتنا عشان نقدر نقدم بعض الأولويات يعني، ونعمل لتحقيق بتاعت الأهداف بتاعتنا كلنا ك EPA لنا وللشعب بتاعتنا في الاستوائية. فأنا بشكركم كلكم، الناس اللي حضروا معانا هنا في الحجرة، اللي استمعوا لنا الفترة الطويلة ده كله. احنا بنشكر عليكم يعني تضامنكم معانا. And yes, we are still on the journey. فالرسالة بتاعتنا إن شاء الله تصل من خلالكم لكل الأفراد بتاعت الأسر بتاعتنا والفريندز والكوميونيتيز بتاعتنا برضو. تصل لهم الرسالة إن شاء الله يعني بمساعدتكم انتوا وبدوركم انتوا اللي بتلعبوا برضو. So finally, thank you all. I want to thank my colleagues. I also want to thank all the listeners and those colleagues who came and chipped in with their views and ideas. This is a journey that we are on it together. So بس نتذكر انه احنا عايزين يعني to come together and to work together. احنا عندنا حاجات كفاءات كتيرة. We have the skill sets, we have the knowledge. We just need to bring all of that together, pull all of this يعني our knowledge and نسخرها للخدمة بتاعت الاستوائية ولمصالح الاستوائية. And it's doable. It's not impossible to do it. It's just really down to us what we do together عشان نقدر نمشي خطوة واحدة قدام. فبشكركم وما حاطيل الحديث، وربنا يوفقكم كلكم. May God bless Equatoria. May God bless you all. Bless your families. And we will continue this journey together. There will be other occasions when we can come together to share and look back as to where we have succeeded or where we have failed, and try to do the best we can to learn our lessons and move on. The journey is still ahead of us. So thank you, and may God bless you all. God bless South Sudan. God bless Equatoria in particular, and God bless the people of Greater Pibor. We will revisit the topic of 1+1 next time. So thank you very much. God bless you.